Hey there everyone, Twitch here with a very special video for you guys. With me today is a good buddy of mine, Sean, from Control Alt Crit, a tabletop gaming channel and community who is currently featuring a Mega Man X themed campaign, featuring yours truly, as well as our special guest for today, Lucas Gilbertson, the one and only Zero. So that's enough out of me. How about you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves? Sean, take it away.
I'm Sean. I'm one of the many individuals of Control Alt Crit. We're a tabletop gaming and video gaming shenanigans channel. Basically, we like to play a lot of games and talk about a lot of things that we enjoy. Our biggest thing our biggest thing going on right now is we are doing a Mega Man X tabletop game by the name of 21XX, and there may be a few individuals in this very video that may also be in that. So you should definitely check that out. I don't know how many episodes will be up after this point, but we are going to be barreling through them like a freight train. So we hope to get a chance to watch those. And I'm so excited to be able to sit down with you guys. This is amazing as a fan myself, personally.
Absolutely. And so without further ado, with cutting all the chit-chat out of the way, Lucas, take it away. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing? I'm glad to be here. Do you want me to introduce myself?
Yeah, please.
My name is Lucas Gilbertson. I did the voice of Zero in Mega Man X and Maverick Hunter X, and the Deus Sigma and Command Mission X, and I think that was it. And a bunch of redubs on YouTube. I am the #1 fan dubber of Zero online. And
I don't think anyone's going to dispute that title from you.
Exactly. That's my favorite title. I'm happy with that. So yeah, I'm glad to be here, gang.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming around and sitting down with us. We've been really excited when Sean first told me, he's like, oh yeah, this one time I talked to Lucas via an email, and he got back to me. I'm like, oh wow, really? Like that's amazing, because everyone's been trying to get a hold of this guy for God knows how long, and no one knows where he is. And then he sent me a screen cap of the email, and I'm like, oh, this is like 2014. Well, I mean, that's kind of nice, I guess. And then, like, I don't know what it was, like a week later, he's suddenly like, oh, by the way, Lucas wants to talk to you and me, and we're going to go discuss a few things. I was like, what? You what? And yeah, we sat down, we set up this time and date for this interview, and here we are. So really, it is absolutely mind-blowing to have you here. And I got to say, this is not something I ever thought I would ever get to do. So it's super cool to have you.
Well, I'm glad to be here. You guys are awesome. So it's actually entirely my pleasure. It was perfect timing too. I've gone through phases where I haven't really wanted to talk as much online, and I've often, like, I've deleted all of my social media a number of times and then kind of come back. And then when Sean reached out again recently, I was kind of coming back into a zone where I thought I wanted to maybe be out there again, or at least kind of reframe it and do it differently. So it was perfect timing. And yeah, you guys are also really dope. So it's nice to talk to you guys. Yeah. So that
Thank
helps.
you, man. I mean, I'd say out of all of us, you are numero uno for being dope. So thank you for also being dope. We like to reciprocate.
We're the dope squad.
Right. Yeah, man. I love being a dope. I mean, what?
Yeah.
I think people can already tell if you listen to this. This is going to be a completely unhinged interview all over the map.
Yeah, there's no breaks on this train. I just wanted to say to everyone, to preface this, the rumors are true. Lucas is as cool as you have heard. I've heard nothing but like nice things about him. He's super chill, very down to earth, and I mean everyone like says that about like like their favorite celebrity or like voice actor or something that they've talked to, and I'm like, man, he sounds really cool, but like there's no way he's that chill. But like I talked to this guy for like, I don't know, like how long did we talk that first time?
That first time was about an hour.
3 hours.
Yeah.
Almost like 3 hours just talking and like just getting to know each other and laughing, and he was absolutely a pleasure to speak with, super chill. Yeah, he's every bit as awesome as you think. So I mean, I know I'm inflating his ego right now, but
yeah,
for real, I just want you to understand what you're getting into. He's a super laid back, very nice guy.
Well, and thank you so much. I think especially the past couple of days, I've been like talking with people online, being like, "Wow, the online community is so weird right now, especially in voice acting and I don't know, in indie dev and a few other areas." That I like. It just feels nice to make things about being positive as opposed to what a lot of other stuff online is. So that means a lot. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think that that's really great too, because in my experience, Mega Man community has always been a very positive place.
Yeah.
It's always been very welcoming to newcomers, because I think Mega Man the franchise and also the characters have really positive lessons to teach and really good morals. Like this is gonna sound really cheesy, but like growing up, like Mega Man was like my hero, because it was like he was teaching good morals, and it's like, man, I want to be him when I grow up, because he was so cool and so nice and like heroic. And so I think in general, the Mega Man community has this overall vibe of just being very welcoming and chill and relaxed and just cool. And so honestly, we couldn't have a better person in the community than you. So it's really great that you're here and that you want to do more positive things. And if you don't mind me asking, just because I figure a lot of people are wondering, where were you during that time where you were kind of like in the ether, so to speak? You mentioned that you deleted a lot of your social media and then rebuilt them and things like that. What was going on then? So this way, about that.
Where was I during that time? It changed depending on the era. So I think to understand, it's a good question because it's a nebulous question. So when I first started reaching out online was probably around, let's say 2005 or something. Mm-hmm. So when they first brought me in to audition for Zero, growing up, I never had the money to really play that many video games. So I never had the Super Nintendo, never had the Nintendo, stuff like that. I might see it at my friend's house, but I wasn't really into video games as much as I wanted to be. I would like sit in my room and I would write down scenarios for the video games that I did play, and I would kind of play them in my head. That's basically where I came from. So then I started doing voice work and I started having a little bit of money. So I started playing right around the PlayStation eras when I entered video games. And by that point, I forget, I was probably playing Crash Bandicoot rather than Mega Man at that time. Mm-hmm. So I started doing voices. They called me in for an audition and I was skipping school. And they were like, we need you to come in literally right now. Right now you have to come in. And I was like, wow, that's great. I'm available because I'm not at school right now. So I went down.
Heard it here first. Lucas Gilbertson's a bad boy.
Exactly. I was cutting classes and I go down there and it turns out it's for Zero. And I was a last minute. When that happens, I'm pretty sure I would have been a last minute replacement for another actor whose session fell through or something like that, because they had to have me come in that very moment. So I go in, it's for Zero. Mm-hmm. And the only real direction, it wasn't even the typical director that directs the auditions. It was a separate lady who's been around just as long, but she's not the normal director. And what she said to me, she was like, well, you got to act cool. So I acted cool, man. I acted so cool. And every time I would finish a take or whatever, and I think it was kind of their intro scene from X8, where they're like, finders keepers for any goodies, was whatever that scene was. I forget exactly what was happening with Epsilon or something. Yeah. And so they're like, just act cooler. And you got to understand something. I'm not, nor was I ever cool. So the only thing that turned into in my brain was kind of like a surfer thing, like, all right, guys, finders keepers for any goodies. And that was kind of where the voice went initially. And so it was cool. I did
notice that, if you don't mind me interjecting. Like I noticed I think it was the first, I don't know if it was X8 where you first debuted with that voice, but that's kind of the vibe I got, I think. Yeah.
So the reason for that is I was trying my damnedest to be cool. And at that time, I was really into surf culture, I guess. I don't know. I was always wearing Billabong shirts, brightly colored Quicksilver shorts. I don't know. And probably listening to Blink 182. Yeah. So,
oh God.
Yeah. So at that time, I had just the internet was changing and morphing, and YouTube was kind of just starting up. And, as you do, you kind of log on, you would look up your own projects, and I would see that people online were kind of commenting on that. they were commenting on the fact that maybe Zero sounded a little bit surfery. And I listened, and some people were okay with it, but it was actually a fairly common criticism, was that he sounded a bit too surfery for most people's tastes. And just being a generally kind of empathetic person, it kind of didn't hurt my feelings because people weren't rude about it. You know, they weren't like, "Oh, F that guy, what an idiot, I hate him." It was more like, you know, they were acknowledging what it just was. So I took that to heart. And the perfectionist in me just wanted to change. So the next time the project came around, on my own, I kind of tweaked the presentation. I toned back the surfer element. And after all of that came out, and I think I did a much better job the second time around, which I really don't remember what the second project was. It might have been X8. And then I think Maverick Hunter X was the third one. Whatever it was, the second one was far better received. And I think what that meant to me, and it was really gratifying at that time to have people kind of react positively to something that I had done. So the reason this is significant to kind of end up talking about why I would come and go from the fandom is that there's a lot of personal things that go on. When people watch something or play a game like this and they hear this voice, they're hearing a really quick, very momentary snapshot in someone's life, and they don't know anything else that's happening, of course. How could they, right? So at that time, I was really, really, really sick. And I had been sick since about 2002, when I got a disorder called ulcerative colitis. And basically, without getting into the nitty gritty, what that is that your immune system attacks your large intestine, and then it just doesn't really stop. So it causes a lot of like internal bleeding and weight loss issues, just causes a lot of problems. So it's easily managed with medication and stuff like that. But it was during this period of time where like I'm also in high school, and so there's a lot of social stuff going on as well. So I was really stressed out and really uncomfortable and in a lot of pain, kind of in and out of the hospital and stuff like that. So the last time that I voiced Zero, I don't remember what year it was. Let's say, like, did Maverick Hunter X come out in 05 or 06 or something like that?
05, I believe. 05? X8 was 04, and then I believe MHX was 05.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's 05.
So during this era, the point here is that I was actually really, really, really sick. I couldn't hold down any other jobs because I would need to take a whole bunch of time off. Because, you know, it's really gross, but like I would be like, you know, crapping blood, basically. Like I would be in a lot of pain. It was really, really bad. Now, nobody is comfortable talking about this stuff, me least of all. So like, just to give the picture, it had a significant impact on my life. So I could hold down the doing voices job, and it was really, really dope. And people started responding really positively online once I made the shift from Surfer Zero, from cool Surfer Zero, dude, to like more normal Zero.
Right.
And so what happened is I was like, you know what? I think this is where I want to direct my life. I want to go down this path. I want to be a voice actor. Hitherto, before this, I'd been in some Dragon Ball and some Gundam stuff, and that had been really great. But it's very, very part-time. And you know, as you're deciding what you want to do with your life as you're finishing high school, I decided that I wanted to pursue voice acting. And what that means is that you have to move. You can't stay in Calgary where this one anime studio is. You got to go somewhere there's more work so you can make a living. You can kind of make a life out of it. That's very normal. That's the way everyone does it. So I was kind of hot off of the heels of doing Maverick Hunter X and that exact era. And I applied to the premier voice talent agency in Vancouver at the time. And that would have been where Ocean is based out of. And Ocean and my studio are effectively the same thing, just satellites of each other. So I probably could have worked out of Ocean, as well as every other studio that's in Vancouver. So I applied to a talent agency in Vancouver. And the top one, and it was actually, the reason I applied to them is because their name at the time was Lucas Talent. And I was like, it's serendipitous. You know, it's meant to be. I've got to apply to these guys. It's Lucas Talent.
It's a sign.
Right? It was exactly. And like the guy who ran, his name is like Richard Lucas or whatever. And in the voice acting department, the guy running the voice acting side of the agency, his name was Ralph Strike. And this guy was the bee's knees, man. He was, everyone who was anyone was represented by this guy. And I knew some of the names that he represented. They were people that would have been my quote unquote peers, you know, people that were bigger and better than I was, but we were in some of the same shows. Mm-hmm. So I applied to this group, fresh off of the Zero stuff, and they accept me, and they said yes. And I was blown away. I was like, this is the next chapter of my life. This is huge. So at that time, this was around the very end of 2005, I guess, or maybe 2006. Let's say 2005. I think that makes more sense.
Okay. Yeah.
So what happened was I was like, well, I have to move there first. And like, okay, move here and let's get going. And at that time, as we were having that conversation, it was about, let's say, November 2005. And what happened is in December 2005, I got so sick that I had to be hospitalized for about 2 weeks. And it was with the same ulcerative colitis thing. You know, because you can't cure it. You have it for forever. So I lost like 40 to 50 pounds, and I'm a 6'2.5" guy. And I only weighed about maybe 160. So when I lost 40, 50 pounds, I was a skeleton. I was, you know, it was not good. I could hardly walk up the stairs in my parents' house. I was bleeding so much that I couldn't sleep. So I wasn't sleeping. I would be waking up every hour. So like I was shutting down. Things just got completely out of whack. And the reason for that was that I was working so hard to save up enough money to move to Vancouver to be a voice actor that at the time I was working as the night shift security guard at the North Hill Mall. And the way that you do that is you just chug Red Bull and you go all night, and then you get up in the morning and you do voice work sometimes, and you know, you keep going. But what that did is it shut down my system. Like my body was physically not capable of doing that. And then my disease got out of control and it put me in the hospital. So,
right. Not enough time to like recoup.
Yeah. So I'm in the hospital for 2 weeks in December 2005. And like I said, it might've been 2006. I don't remember. Actually, no, it was 2005 and it turned into 2006, whatever. So the point is I'm in the hospital and I'm so sick and I have to recover that I wasn't able to move to Vancouver. It took me so long to recover from that, put the weight back on, get my health under control, that it wasn't a possibility anymore. And part of that was that the medication I had to go on after that severe of a health episode, I had to go on medication that was called Remicade. And it's a biological response modifier, and it's like $2,000 per vial, and you have to take 2 vials. So depending on how much you weigh. Yeah. And the only way they give it to you is they have to put an IV in your arm, and you have to get infused over about 3 hours because they can't just put it in there. They got to do it slow. So It was heckin' expensive and it was heckin' difficult. And the only way that you can afford it, because it was like a very new treatment. So it wasn't covered by Canadian healthcare, but it was covered through my dad's drug plan. So when I was in Calgary, I could get the treatment that I needed to not die, basically was what it was. So I did that, and it took probably another 2 years after that point of trying to be on this medicine, and I would get better and I would get worse, and I would get better and I would get worse. Mm-hmm. During that time, it was the same thing. I couldn't hold down any other jobs. I was too sick. I had to wear sweatpants. Oh no, I'm getting ahead of myself. So ignore that for a moment. I was really, really sick. Couldn't hold down any other jobs. The only thing I had going for me was voice acting. That was the one thing that I could be successful at and I could do. And I could kind of follow up with online, and people responded positively. So I got some sort of sense of validation out of it. Some sort of like, everything else kind of sucks, but like, at least I got this. So then what happened after that is I decided I spent 2 years kind of on this roller coaster of getting better and getting worse, that I had to get this big surgery. And it's a surgery where they remove your entire large intestine. And it takes about 8 months to recover from. And then once that's done, you're kind of quote unquote cured. So I decided to opt. I elected to do the surgery. You don't have to, but it's kind of miserable unless you do, in my case. So anyone listening to this who has ulcerative colitis or Crohn's will understand what this is. I had to do it. My disease would not be under control without doing this surgery. So I go in and I do the surgery, and it's actually the first of 2 surgeries. The first surgery, they remove your large intestine and they give you what's called an ostomy. And it's so crazy not what you were expecting from this interview. But it's what it is where they have to, for a moment, they have to put your large intestine on the outside of your body as the surgery heals, right? I know, it's crazy.
Right.
So what that meant was that I still couldn't hold down any other jobs. And the only job I could do is I could throw on some sweatpants and go to the studio and I could record voices because no one could see this skeleton of a half alive dude doing voice work. They would just hear the voice and they would see the character, and that was it. During that time,
no presentation to uphold.
Exactly.
Like not exactly showing up in like a nice tailored suit or something,
Exactly. I can just roll in really, really unwell and I can do my job and I can get out. During that time that I was recovering from the first surgery was when I redubbed the Death of Iris scene. So that was the first time that I really tried interacting with the community. Like really, I had kind of dabbled. I think I'd probably joined RPM Network. Is it Rockman Perfect Memories?
It was Rockman Perfect Memories. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had joined
there on those forums.
Right. So we probably even talked back then sometimes. Like I would join up a little bit and I would say hello and do a couple things. And I was in such a weird place that sometimes I would be like, I really want to talk to people and do stuff. And then I'd get feeling really, really poorly. And I would start to be like, I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want anyone to see me. I feel horrible about myself. Everything's gone wrong. Like I'm just not doing that well. So what I did, I would kind of come and go, probably, and Mega Man X9 as well. That was about when I was joining those networks and kind of talking to people. And then I redubbed The Death of Iris and I put it up on my Lucas Gilbertson YouTube channel. And at that time, YouTube was actually relatively new. This might have been, I kind of forget. This was like 07 or 09 or something like that. Maybe 2009. I don't even know. YouTube was new enough that there wasn't tons of people in every niche. So when I uploaded the first actual original upload that doesn't exist anymore, because that entire channel I deleted, I got rid of it. But when I first did it, it blew up. I don't remember how many views it had. But I remember that it was really I felt good. I uploaded something and people were watching it, and I probably posted it on RPM or Mega Man X9. I don't know how people knew it was there. I forget now, but people liked it and people were glad that I did it. And that was really, at that time, you got to understand, I had nothing else going for me. I was in my parents' basement, just so sick, with a literal, excuse my language, a literal shit sack hanging off of my stomach because of my surgery. It was bad. It was really not good. I wasn't in a good place. So then I upload stuff. People respond really, really well. But then with it comes a certain level of obligation and a certain level of, it's never enough. People, right. They would always be like, well, I want you to upload more. And I mean, if I would have had a really successful early YouTube voice acting channel. The channel was winning all of these, it was at one point, it was the #1 gaming channel in Canada and the United States when it started, right? Because of that. It was because they used to give out these little YouTube awards, these little badges. And I would look at them and again, it was the only thing I had going for me. But I think because of that kind of core emotional instability, I had nothing else happening and people wanted more content. And I really wasn't capable of it. I didn't have it in me to do any more redubs because at that time, especially, it was really hard to do the redub because it was really hard to find the sound effects. And if you do it wrong, people would kind of get a bit pissed off. They'd be like, that's not what Zero's footsteps should sound like. And I'd be like, oh man, I don't know. I'm going through gigabytes of random Mega Man sound effects that are unlabeled, trying to be like, where would the footsteps be?
I want to just step in for a moment to emphasize. I know what he's talking about. I have several archives of Mega Man sound effects from like X4, X5, X6. They are unlabeled. It's like LBH492_0001.
Yeah.
And it's like that, but 0001 through like 3000. It just goes on forever.
And it's not
crazy. So he's not lying. It's gigabytes of unlabeled sounds.
And it's actually exceedingly time consuming. And so what the issue was is that I was so sick, and people were it was clear that they wanted more from me, but it would take a ton of time and effort to do that. And then I had a limited capability of like really doing anything other than just surviving. So I don't know. It kind of turned into this thing where at that time, I remember showing people some short films that I was working on, and no one really cared. Like I remember showing this, I remember the claymation thing. I showed some people on one of the, I don't even know what forum it was. And I remember no one cared. And I was like, I don't know, man. So I kind of, there was this like this give and take where people wanted more, and I was kind of exhausted. And then the things that I did have, no one really wanted. So I sort of like, I kind of would just taper off a little bit. But then you have to imagine that, 8 months passes, like another year passes, and this video is still up there. And then rather than being a reminder of something positive, rather than being the success that it initially was, it becomes a reminder of how sad I was. It becomes a reminder of being like, you know what? You got nothing else going for you, dude. This is the one thing that you've done, and there's nothing else you really can do, and the voice acting industry here is so hit or miss that, you're doing the odd show here or there, but, it's been 20 years, and really this Zero thing is the only thing that's really stood out. Everything else is in very small shows, which is fine, and it's still fun. But if you base your self-worth, which I was, if you base your self-worth in, online things or how successful the project is that you're in, it's really unstable. And so I just kept on getting more and more depressed and less happy. I was in a really just not good place. So I'd be like, what's the point? And in a fit of like unhappiness and whatever, I would just delete the channel. And I'd be like, get out of here, Lucas Gilbertson channel, which would also delete the redub, and then I'd move on. But then a year later, I'd go, oh man, I wish I still had that. That was kind of cool, and then there would be this weird cycle that I had with things like that. It was the same thing with Facebook. I had one Facebook account that I was inviting, people to talk to, and I was interacting with people, but then it would become too much, and there'd be, it's too easy to contact me. So there'd be too many people doing it with too many requests.
Right.
And then you'd have to kind of back off a little bit. Sometimes at this point, so now let's say if we're doing it chronologically, let's say that I've had my second surgery and everything's better. And I did end up moving to Vancouver, but by that point, less people cared about the Zero credit in Vancouver. So it was just me left to my own devices. And I don't know, it just didn't work out at that point. I missed my moment in Vancouver. And so I would talk to people online again. And that's when I did like the Mega Man X9 voice mailbag, which was hilarious. People would like call, I think it was Jeff Janes of x9.com set that up. And people would call this like voice mailbag thing and leave a message, and I would answer them in kind of like a radio sort of, I don't know, podcast style thing. It was really cool. It was really fun.
Right. It's funny you mentioned that, because like that does sound really cool. How did I miss all of this? Like,
I don't know, man.
During this period, I had no idea any of this was going on, except for I heard about the Iris redub, and I got to see that because I don't remember who put that in front of me, but that was it.
Yeah.
So for my side of things, I had no idea any of it. Like, kind of like you said, how could anyone know what was going on? But
yeah,
even the fun stuff that you were doing here, with the voicemail bag thing, that was completely beyond me. I don't know how I missed out on all that, but I mean,
that's the funny thing, because I know on my end, like, I'm the opposite end of the spectrum, because I've seen the vast majority of what Lucas is talking about. I'm one of those guys. I was those randos out on the internet that used to just lurk a lot and was just a total fanboy. So I've seen a lot of this content, and I was a really enamored and really interested fan. In fact, honest, even though music was pretty much my big focus as a kid, I wanted to get into voice acting because of the content I saw you were putting out with the community, Lucas.
That's awesome.
It was a really big inspiration to me. And I really wish that I had pushed myself further towards going through that. Went through like drama and acting courses for some time, and then it just kind of fell through because I ended up dealing with some medical problems of my own. So
Right.
hats off to you, because you made not only a fan, but you inspired me for a lot of the things that I would continue to do and the stuff that I'm doing now. So I really appreciate everything that you did, even going through those trying times. Like, that's a complete eye opener for me. And
absolutely.
As somebody who, like, I wish that more people knew what was going on with you, because I can tell based on the community that we have and that we have had over those years, they would have been totally supportive and they would have understood.
Yeah. I think it's hard in those times because there's a tendency to want to portray, and it's very prevalent now, especially, you want to portray kind of the best. You want to portray things that sound good and look good. And I think voice actors are uniquely susceptible to this because there's a little bit less of a magnifying glass on voice actors sometimes. And that changes, so it's not always true. But I think voice actors can get away with being like, here I am, like, here's my new announcement of the new show that I'm in. Here's my dope ass new character in Berserk or whatever. And it just becomes only ever about promoting themselves and the success that they've had and the positive experiences and being in the new cool show. And I think it's extremely misleading because everyone is still going through their own thing. Like you said, Sean, you were inspired to do something, which is amazing. And then you had your own health issues and your own struggle. And I think if there had been more communication about like, me too, it would have been nice to be like, okay, we can both kind of do our thing while we're going through that, as opposed to just trying to pretend that everything's perfect, which is less healthy. And it's not like people don't know this now, but especially about a decade ago, which some of this was, I think less people knew it back then. We just had some technical problems, so we had to stop and restart. So I'll try to continue my train of thought. I think what I was driving at was, and I feel kind of bad that this is what the very beginning of the interview is like, let's get super depressing, guys. Let's get crazy. You got questions about Mega Man? Here's some depression. Right? Like, wow.
2019, ladies and gentlemen.
Good Lord. Like, man, we invited Lucas to come talk, and oh my God, it was horrible. It was
awesome.
I felt terrible. He was like,
all about his time.
I introduced him as being the super chill and cool guy, and then he brought the energy down.
Well, I don't even care. Like, just hearing you say that did all of these lines while going through that horrid condition.
Yeah,
that is. I gotta say, that makes Zero potentially the most edgelord character as far as the anime community is concerned. And I'm sorry, that was rude.
No, but you know what? I was okay. So just to bounce back from the negative energy that Lucas is bringing to the space.
Oh
no. But for real though, this is important to know. Like, and you know what? If you feel like it's a little bit of a downer now, it's okay, because that means the only way you can go from here is up. Because
exactly.
Talking with Lucas so far, he's hilarious and really cool, so I promise we're going to get there. But I think that this is important that we hear Lucas's story too. For a lot of people, he kind of vanished off the face of the earth, and a lot of people were concerned. Everyone's like, well, what happened to him? We know the Hermit Collective is like a thing, but like, where is he? How is he? What's going on? Everyone's always saying like, how does that joke go? Nobody ever asks, how is Lucas?
Yeah.
So people, don't know these things. I think it's super cool that, we're getting to hear where you have been. We're only ever seeing one side of the story on our computer screens. We're not seeing what's happening behind yours.
Right.
So, and again, as Sean mentioned, I think it really speaks to your character that you are pushing through such a difficult condition, that you're going through all of that. It's positively, horrid, but the fact that you were powering through it, I think, really speaks to your character. And I think, if anything, it really makes you quite admirable. So we do thank you for all the effort you did. Like, to know that behind, the Iris redub, like, you were probably suffering through this terrible, situation. It's like, wow, like you went out of your way and did all that for us. So like, we really do appreciate that. And, I totally understand where you're coming from when you were talking about how, like, on your Facebook, there's this bit of like an obligation to like do more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I can absolutely understand the kind of pressure you might be feeling. So I just wanted to say really kudos to you for powering through it and doing all of this. It really means a lot.
Well, thank you.
I also agree. Yeah, the amount of respect that I have for you, not only just given the fact that you were willing to like let us approach you and discuss about all this stuff that's been going on in your life, but after hearing like what you went through during that period of time, like it's like it makes me that much more have been part of the community when you were there, when you were had that strongest presence there. And
yeah, I'm all the more appreciative for your sacrifices.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a weird experience because I would really want to interact with people because I'd want to have something to feel good about. And then I would realize that I had to learn to feel good about my life without putting the onus on other people to help me feel good. Right. Like, right. So I had to fix my life. I had to have surgeries. I had to get better. There's a lot of stuff I had to do. But when I would disappear from the public awareness, it was because I was dealing with the reality of those things, and that sort of continued in a few ways after that point. I kind of, once I was healthy, I was in a better spot, and I tried out Vancouver and it really didn't work. But it just, oh man. So at this point, like, it's so hard because it's like, it gets even worse for a period. So like,
oh no,
explicit.
My God,
no, it does.
Your life reads like a Game of Thrones chapter.
It got dark.
Like a
like
novel out of it.
And I'm sort of chewing through it, being like, I don't know, do people care? But I guess maybe they do, and I don't know if it helps. But so I'm gonna try and relate this back to what the content here is, because at the end of the day, trust me, the story started to get really good, but I had to go through a lot of stuff that wasn't good. And through it all,
journey.
Pardon me, the hero's journey. Yeah, it's the journey that I think we all have to go through. So I went to Vancouver, and it became clear. I guess sometimes I'm touching on some things without fully describing it, but it became clear that even though I was physically well, I was really mentally not doing that good, just from a depressive place, because I'd spent about 7 years at that point really, really ill. And so I was like, you know what? I think I need to go home and I need to work on my mind now. Rather than working just on my physical well-being, I need to go into therapy. I need to like take care of myself. And so I did that. I went hard, and I was like, I was dedicated to getting better. And I was passively involved in the online community at that point, but I was very much that would have been just after the Mega Man X9 voicemail bag stuff. So just after that point, I think I dropped off the map. And that's because I was working on my brain. My brain pan needed some help.
You're doing like a Rocky Balboa workout montage.
Exactly. Yeah, like running up the top of the stairs, be like, all right, brain, let's do some push-ups. Let's take care of some of these cognitive fallacies and work on our maladaptive coping strategies. and so I did. And during that period of time, I started working really hard, and I was like, well, I want to do some more stuff. So I started working in radio, and I got into radio. And for anyone that knows anything about radio, they need to know that radio is a lot of work, and it's a hustle, grindy kind of job, similar to voice acting. So I got into radio, and over a few years, I like clawed my way. I had an interview show on the AM dial, and then I clawed my way further, and I got I was on the morning show on the FM dial on this country radio station, and it was so much fun.
Are you a country fan by chance?
Actually, no.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. Otherwise, we can't be friends.
Well, it was. You do it because it's a job, right? Like
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I'm just.
And so I was doing all this radio stuff, and it was really, really good. But what that did was I don't know, it fed into the workaholic perfectionist side of myself. So I was working crazy hours. Like, for example, I would work on the overnight on Country 105. And I would, you do like 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. to get practice. And then I'd work in the office of the radio station from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Then I'd, eat some breakfast or eat some dinner and then go back for the overnight again. And then I'd host my show on Sundays. Like, it was crazy. And then when I got even more, of a resume built, and then I'm on the morning show. Well, the morning show is 4 a.m. until, on a different station, is 4 a.m. until whatever, 10 or 11. And then you have to do the office stuff. And then you have to go host, like, read books to kindergartners until like 2 p.m. and then host a concert opening from 4 p.m. to 6 and then do the autograph signing at 11 p.m.
There's like little kids out there somewhere who had a book read to them by
dude, I did impressions of everyone, and I never do impressions. I did impressions of Shrek. Like, I melted these kids' faces. These kids at this kindergarten, it was like a grade 2 class or something. They're like, oh, do an impression of whatever. And I was like, all right. Normally I don't. But I was standing there in front of the class, just freewheeling impressions of everyone. And these kids loved me. They had no idea. It's like, this guy's a voice actor by trade. He's just a radio guy, right? It was hilarious. Yeah.
That is absolutely glorious. See, this is with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah. Well, you got to go give back, I was reading books to kids and stuff like that and doing voices. I even did this chapter of the audiobook City of Embers or something like that. I forget what that book was. Anyways.
Episode of
I gotta go get that audiobook
I've ever heard.
Yeah. So I was doing a ton of that stuff. But then, surprise, surprise, because I'm a flawed individual, I really burned out. And I realized that I had, rather than placing the onus for my validation, for my feeling good on like doing voice work and being in bigger shows, I'd placed the onus for that on radio and being a more successful radio personality. So in a sense, I'd really just kind of shifted one sort of unhealthy habit for another, but it was a very similar unhealthy habit. And throughout that whole time in radio, I was also starting to fly to conventions, right? And anime conventions are a crazy different beast. So from my perspective, the first anime convention I went to was Anime Expo in 2012. That was the very first one I ever attended because Bushiroad flew me out as part of Cardfight Vanguard. So I was going to go, and they were going to bring another guy with me, and his name was oh my gosh, what was his name? Ryan Looning. They're going to bring Ryan Looning with me. Ryan got sick and he bailed and he didn't fly with me. So, yeah. So I flew to Los Angeles by myself and I got in this hotel by myself. I had no idea what I was doing or where I was going. I had no wingman. I had no one with me. And I took the bus to the convention center and I have my like whatever exhibitor badge on or guest or whatever it was. And I'm just walking amongst this sea of people being like, where do I go? I don't know if anyone listening has been to Anime Expo, but Anime Expo is huge. It is massive. And then I'm walking by a door and then a security guard sees me. He's like, you. It's like, oh, I didn't do anything. What? He's like, you come in here because you're a guest and you get to walk in this door. And I was like, oh my God, that's awesome. I'm the coolest person ever. So I walk in the door that no one else can walk in because, I have a cooler badge.
Yeah.
And then I go inside and then I'm like, well, I guess I need to have lunch and find my peeps. And so you have to understand this big disconnect between how normal it is. Like I took the bus there and the original hotel that my studio tried to book me into turned out to be a crack den. So they had to upgrade, my studio to be upgrade my hotel. It actually ended up being a really nice hotel, but that was the second hotel. The first hotel, all the Google reviews were like, you should see how many rats are here. And I was like, guys, don't book me into this hotel. It's terrible. and then you got to, so understand the juxtaposition. Rat hotel on a bus to a convention, and then you get to sign autographs, right? It is not, it's not normal. It's bizarre. It's like this, it's a surreal world where it's like, okay, I went from a rat hotel to the bus to walking through and just being no one and having lunch by myself at a table at this huge convention, just like sitting there. No one knows who I am. And then everyone knows who you are. And it's like, oh yeah, because like there's your placard and this is your panel. And now here's your table for autographs and here's a lineup. And then everyone's like, oh, you are so cool, aren't you? And it's like, I am not. I am absolutely not that cool. Trust me. And I would tell you, like, well, I'm pretty cool. I'm pretty cool in my own way. Like I like to play music, I think that's cool, but that's random and stupid. Why did I say that? See, that wasn't a cool thing to say. That was dumb.
Because now everyone wants to know what kind of music he plays. So
well,
you know what? We're gonna put a pin in that. We're gonna come back to that later.
We'll circle back. I'll play some music.
Okay, fine,
So the whole point is that during this period of time, as I'm overworking myself to death in radio, I was also overworking myself as a voice actor in other shows that weren't Mega Man, but I was passively keeping up with some people online that I'd kind of talked to a lot from the Mega Man X fandom. I was talking to them, we became friends, and yada, yada, yada. I do a couple more conventions. They fly us out to Manchester, and that's where Carol Ann and I really hit it off. Like Carol Ann and I, she's my fiance now. We met when we were 14 at the studio. And
that's crazy.
Yeah. And I had a crush on her from the very beginning. I introduced myself. I was like, hi, my name's Lucas. And she was like, I have black nail polish. And that was all she said. Yeah. It was weird and it was cool. And then we got to know each other for years. And then like 6 years after that, they fly us to Manchester. And I'll tell you stories about that later. Or should I tell you stories about that right now? Oh my goodness, I have too many stories.
I mean, whatever order works for you, we're here for you, man.
Well,
your time.
I'll finish this thought, but write it down. Put a pin in it. Write it down. I'll tell you the story about what happened in Manchester with me and Caroline, and I'll know what that is. So the point is that I'm in radio and I'm working really hard, and I fly out to Manchester. They're starting to bring us to some conventions, not much. And it's really, again, this dangerously seductive idea that somehow I should receive validation for how hard I work or how quote unquote famous I am. But there's this reality there where it's like, I am absolutely not what you would consider famous in a traditional sort of Hollywood sort of day-to-day sense. If you put me in the right convention center with the right billing, then maybe, but it's I'm the guy, my self-image is the guy who's at home in his parents' basement for a decade, just really, really sick physically, right? Like that's who I am.
Right.
And I'm trying to get better and blah, blah, blah. So after all these conventions, and they were all such positive experiences, because I remember going to Manchester and I cried. I had a Skype session back with my girlfriend at the time, who's just a different girl I was dating at the time. And I was crying. I was like, the people here are so nice and they think I'm so cool. And I just want to do something for them, but there's not much I can do. Like all I can do is be here and I don't know, so it's actually really emotionally challenging sometimes, because as an empathetic person, you want to give, but there's not much you can really do, So I was learning that there was something about this that not only was I good at, but I enjoyed it and other people enjoyed as well. And I don't know if you've seen the Venn diagram where there's this like Japanese word for it, and they have a Venn for like what the world needs, what you get paid for, what you love, what you're good at. And in the middle, it's like, that's your reason for being. Right. So what it felt like is I had my reason for being. And that was like doing voices and bringing characters to life and making people feel happy, trying to bring some positivity. So I had a meltdown. Of course, I had a complete breakdown. I couldn't handle being in radio. Right? That's what happens.
You have that euphoric epiphany.
Yeah.
And then you melt down at first, and then you can start to put yourself back together.
Exactly. Yeah. Actually, that's 100%. You don't know it, but that's 100% what it was. I had the realization that there was a set of things that I needed that radio was only partially fulfilling. So I took it upon myself, and there's other reasons involved, but the state of the radio industry and the state of the advertising industry and wage stagnation. And I felt like if I leave the industry now, blah, 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 like there's a lot of other stuff. So, but to, keep it on topic, there is a thing that I was good at. And Caroline and I said, we want to get our foot in the door of the next level in our city, which means we want to start doing more projects, bigger projects, and help create more of an industry in our city, since it didn't work out for me to move to Vancouver and do voices there. So I leave radio. Big doings. Like my dad has never really been proud of anything that I've done, except for when I got into radio, right? When I got my morning show, I've never seen my dad be so proud. He was really into it. He's like, finally, my son is
format he understands.
Exactly.
Like video games might be too far abstract a concept, but like radio is something that he gets.
Yeah, radio existed in his day. So radio, being the dude on the radio, like that's the thing. That's a bit prestigious. You can make money. That's great. Good job, Lucas. I was like, oh my God, people are proud of me. That's awesome. So again, you got to send this constant theme of me just kind of finding ways to be validated without being able to manufacture that emotion inside of myself is like one of the mental themes, I suppose you could say. So what happened is I left radio because I knew I needed to, but that was like, I was feeling very poorly at that time. And I decided, I was like, I need to do more work on myself. I need to do more, like addressing these cognitive fallacies that I have where everything, I have to be a perfectionist. I have to be perfect. I have to work really hard because if I don't work hard, I don't have value. And, all of these things that I think a lot of people deal with on a daily basis. I put a lot of effort for a long time into working on that. And it was during this period that I redubbed the Zero versus Sigma fight and the Zero versus the Colonel fight from X4. Mm-hmm. And so what happened here was super chaotic. So I came out, I was like, let's do more voicing stuff. And in some ways that went really, really, really well. I got in a cool show named Kiesniver, which is an amazing show that no one's seen, which is kind of the theme of a lot of this. There's a lot of cool stuff that no one's seen, but Kiesniver was dope. That show looked great.
You're on the dub?
Yeah,
I've seen the sub version, but I have not watched the dub of it.
Oh, dude, you got to watch the dub of Kiesniver. It's so good.
Serious?
Yeah, I'm Hajime.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta find those DVDs. Holy.
Can you guys? So I've never heard of this. So this is new for me. Can you later
I'll write it down.
Notes? I want to go check this out.
We'll
Kiesniver.
I want to see more things. Here's the thing. I feel like a bad fan because I love Lucas on number one for his work in Mega Man, but also never having interacted with him directly before now. Just third-party accounts of how cool he is, and he's like, oh, he's such a great guy. He's so nice to all the fans, and so I really admired you for that. But I never had a chance to see your other work because I just didn't know where to look for it.
Right.
So now I'm I feel like I'm catching up on all. I feel embarrassed. I'm the Mega Man guy.
No.
I'm supposed to know these things.
No, don't be embarrassed. I think it proves a point because at this period of time in our lives and our careers, Carol Ann and I the studio that we work out of has no social presence at all. And so it's incumbent entirely upon the actors to promote themselves, which has a lot of pitfalls because, I don't know, it's just really sketchy and weird sometimes. And so there's no single repository for the work that we do, right? There's nowhere. There really is no way to find out what people are doing. And the company that we worked for, in my opinion, so they don't sue me, they don't understand the benefit of interacting with people. And literally, you kind of just hit the nail on the head. No one knows what we do. And I think that's sort of the problem with that studio. Mm-hmm. So we were taking more of that onto ourselves. We're like, we want to show people that we do more. We want to start a YouTube channel. We want to, again, I guess, start a new YouTube channel. And we want to do things and we want to interact with people. We want it to be predicated on positivity to continue the sequence of conventions that we've been doing where we find that there's all these lovely people that really all they're looking for is just friendship, someone to connect with. And that's really what I'm looking for as well. Friendship and a positive experience. And can we all pay the bills doing what we love? That's what this is about, right. So we start doing more stuff. But at this time, it's so hard. I don't know. I'm trying to decide which story to tell. And you can edit this in or out, whatever, it's up to you. At this time, so I'm trying to link it up with what was happening with me being there for the Mega Man Online kind of content creation. I redubbed so I found the thing. So just to give an idea, I created the Zero versus Colonel and on April 7th, 2015, and Zero versus.
That's my birthday.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Birthday.
Well, there you go.
Thanks.
That was for you. I dedicate it to you posthumously or whatever. Posthumously. That means you're dead. Saturday. And then the Zero versus Sigma was Saturday, April 25th. So that
was 7 days or 8 days away from my birthday.
Well, there you go.
Away from Twitch.
he knew. See, he knew.
So I made those things in April of 2015. And that period again, I was getting really I had direction and I wanted to kind of create an actual kind of presence for ourselves so that we could create more. We wanted to make our own projects. We wanted to increase the profile of our local studio. so that we could do more projects. Like it was all about just creating wellness, creating industry, and kind of unifying people together. Then what happened? So that was April. A few months later, my girlfriend died. And,
oh my goodness.
And what it was, the tone of my voice is going to portray this because it's just how my voice is. I'm going to say it like it kind of sounds like happy and jokey, but it wasn't. She died of an overdose. And I was the one that like, I kind of knew that, it was going bad because this was a really bad period for her. And I was trying to keep her okay. Like we had broken up once before, and then we got back together. And it was one of those things where you can tell when someone's really not in a good place, and I wanted to help. But I got trapped in it. And, I remember the one night that it kind of happened. I actually texted Carol Ann in the morning. So there's this one night where she was talking about drugs, and I was like, I really don't think that you should go down this path. And then the next day I woke up, and the first thing I did is I texted Carol Ann in the morning, and I was like, I think she's dead. I just had this gut impression. And so I went to her apartment, and I spent basically the whole day calling her friends, doing that whole thing. Finally, it was like 9 p.m. at night. I'd been there for 12 hours trying to figure out, it's a protected garage. Like you can't just get into an apartment complex garage, but like I peeked in when someone else went in. I saw her car was there. I saw a light was on in her apartment when it was dark enough out to see. And so I called the cops, and the cops came, and they broke down her door, and it turned out that she was dead. She had overdosed. And to make things even the absolute darkest, they brought me in to identify the body of this person that I had been dating.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
So that fucked me up 7 ways to Sunday. Didn't feel good. Right. Obviously, that rocked me. And I had just gone through all of this therapy to be like, I need to kind of feel okay as myself, and just a lot of work on that we all have to do. We all have our journey. And I was doing a lot of my work, and then that happened.
Yeah.
And
that must have been like a real, that it sucks when you've been working so hard towards something, and then, a new disaster comes, and
exactly.
Kind of like it's like a meteor. It just comes out of nowhere.
That's the worst pitfall.
It blows up, and everything blows up. And there I was, just trying my best to be functional after having such a hard time with employment and only having voice acting and just having all of these things, and then having radio. And I made the decision to leave, and I was building this other thing. And then this happens. And I think things were like, not to make it about myself, that moment was about her, and it was really horrible. And she was going through her own stuff, and that's an entirely separate story. But the point is that again, it sort of changes how you perceive things online. It's like, well, what's the point? What am I doing? I'm trying really hard to kind of build a presence for us on this YouTube channel and on Twitter. And why? What am I doing? What does anything matter? Like life is really fragile, and like it just kind of really confronts you with some things that you have to sort of process through and be like, I guess at the end of the day, I didn't know why I was doing what I was doing anymore. So
yeah, it makes you question everything.
Exactly. So I definitely started around then to take another step back from being online. And then the uploads that we were doing online really tapered off. And part of that was also because people, again, they respond to the Mega Man content, but they weren't responding to the other stuff that we put up. And so it was one of those things where, again, I was kind of confronted being like, I'm not sure. There's sort of this double whammy. Like I have this philosophical, like, why am I doing this? And then this also concrete, like, well, I don't know. I don't know if people really want to see more of what I'm doing in these other regards. And I can't control that I'm probably never going to, not probably, like, 99.9% chance I'll never be zero again in an official release. Right. And so it's one of those things where I started to feel kind of sad. I was like, am I just retreading the past? Am I just living past glories? What am I doing? What is the goal here? And then I think I came to the conclusion, I was like, you know what? I really need to simplify. I need to strip away a lot of things that are causing me distress. I need to kind of calm down and tone down. So what that included was calming down and toning down social media, online presence in general. I got rid of my Facebook again, even really recently. And now I have Twitter. I have an Instagram that I don't really use. And that's about it. And I don't like to be too much online because I feel like it compels the wrong impulses in me for the wrong reasons. It's like, what's the goal of what I'm doing? Is the goal to get as many views as possible? Well, I don't know. There's something that's not really fulfilling about that. It doesn't always feel that good. Like if I wanted to get a ton of views, I could if I did the right and wrong thing, but
Right.
that doesn't feel good. It doesn't actually feed anything in me. In fact, it kind of compels the worst sides of myself. And I think it does for a lot of people as well.
Mhm.
So that's the answer to your original question, which was, what's up with the appearing and disappearing from online stuff?
All right, everyone. So that was question number 1. Moving on. No, no, but really, I think that's super important. That I'm glad we got the big one out of the way, so to speak, because it's a question that a lot of people have been asking, and I have to tell you, even without knowing everything, I've had people tell me, I don't know what sources they read this from or whatever, but either through rumors or maybe through speaking with you and actually knowing what was going on.
Yeah.
People have told me like, oh, he's not doing so well because X, Y, and Z. Never anything specific.
Yeah.
But a lot of people had said that you were going through some tough times, and so I absolutely sympathized. But to know now, like what was really going on, as I said before, I think it really speaks to your character and your perseverance because we all go through our own journey. We'll all go through our own hardships, myself included. I'm sure everyone listening has had their own, kind of life-changing experiences. You know what I mean? Like things really rock your entire perspective, and you start to have this kind of thing where you have to question, like, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? Is it fulfilling?
Yeah.
And so it's not as simple as saying like, oh, well, Lucas vanished off of the face of the internet because, I don't know, he got tired of doing X, Y, and Z. No, it's like, it's obviously so much more than that.
Yeah.
And so it's, thank you for sharing that, because I think it's important people know. I feel that people look at voice actors and they are like, oh, well, this voice actor, to a degree, I think people believe, is their character.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I think that's partially true in that cartoon characters and video game characters are their voices, because, once you have one that works, you really can't separate them from that. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. It would be like if they got someone else to do like Mickey Mouse's voice, it just wouldn't be the same. It needs to sound correct, But at the same time, I don't think it's fair that goes the other way. You know what I mean? I think that obviously you're a real person who's gone through real experiences, very real experiences, which, unfortunately, are darker and maybe not as pleasant as, the average person might ever have to experience in their entire life. And so I just wanted to take a moment to really just applaud your strength and courage for going through all of that. And, and thank you for sharing that with us. So, when people are wondering, where has Lucas Gilbertson been this whole time? What has he been up to? What's he doing? I'm glad that now there's an answer, and I hope that it puts into perspective all that you've already done for the Mega Man community, and I hope it also gives people a newfound appreciation for what you do, how you do it, and the positive attitude that you bring to every day in spite of all that you've been through. It really, it's really inspiring. So thank you so much.
Well, no, thank you. I think another way to say it really succinctly, like, well, where is Lucas? What is he doing? Why did he do this in the first place? Simply put, the stuff that I did online was one of the only bright spots that I had. And so if I wasn't doing that stuff, it was probably because it was not a bright moment. or because, well, just that was it. Right? That was the big thing. It was either like a really great thing for me to do, or I was in a bad spot because of these really large, heavy things, or I was trying to forge an identity that didn't rely on these kind of shakier foundations that you can't control. I have to be okay with myself outside of what I do online. So it was one of those three components. So that's the short 10-second clip of where I was and what I was doing is that right there. Yeah.
Seconds. Yeah.
Right. So all that stuff we talked about for the past hour, I can cut that out and just put that in, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Do
absolutely. I really, like I said, I think this is super important. And I'm really glad that you were able to share that with us because, that I think that answers a lot of fans' questions. I think it also puts in perspective that we're all human. We all go through things. And really, it's a very deep moment, and I hope that people, will reflect on everything that you shared. I think it's. I don't know. I don't have the words to describe it. But really, likewise. Just thank you. Really.
Well, no, seriously. I mean, I'm
actually literally nearly in tears.
I guess it's hard because for me, even in this moment, I'm like, why, man? I don't know. Why? I don't know what people could possibly take that's positive from this, and I'm sure people will have their takes that are positive, like resiliency and things like that, which I think are really important. But then I think of myself and I'm always like, man, are you just shilling tragedy to some end? But that's the thing. I think
to stop you there for just a moment, if I may, is I don't think it's not. It happened,
Yeah.
It's real, and so I don't think there's any way that anyone can tell their story, like and they're truthful about their story, and then I don't think you can really call that shilling because that's reality.
That's where I reside with it. At the end of it is being like, that's the answer to that question. That's what I lived through, and that's what informs who I am and what I do. And the Mega Man community was formative and central to me growing up and becoming who I am. And it's hard to describe that to people who don't do voice act, or they don't, it's actually really hard to describe why that would be so important to me. Like my dad say, where he's like, oh, radio's a good job for you to have. That's great. I'm proud of you. To describe to people who don't get it, be like, I don't know, man, this is a big deal. And that's why I want to keep on talking to people online and creating something that has meaning for them, because it has meaning for me, and it has a different meaning. I was never I'm horrible at the Mega Man games. I'm terrible at them. I suck at them. Like I suck so hard. They're not even as fun to play as I think they are for other people. Like I'm bad at them. I've tried, man.
That has a certain amount of humorous irony to
it.
So I mean,
I'm bad, and I've put in my time and I've tried, but I have, from my perspective, what I've enjoyed is the interaction and the creating of content and just being allowed to inhabit and create a character. To your point, the voice and the character are separate entities for sure. Like I'm a completely different person from Zero, the Maverick Hunter. But, an aspect of myself portrayed in a specific script, that is Zero. Zero is me. We behave and think the same way because, well, I auditioned for the character and I read it in a specific way that made sense to me. And it makes sense to the character. So there is an element where the two kind of meet up. But then the issue, pardon me?
Well, I was going to say forthcoming, especially being an individual that attempted to write dialogue specifically for the character, I ended up finding over time that it turns out I really wasn't writing dialogue for Zero, the character. I was writing dialogue that I would want to hear coming from Lucas Gilbertson, because that's just listening, understanding the thought process of what kind of nuance, how could it be said if it was said like this, or just understanding this kind of the and listening for those beats that just as a writer, that's something that came up, especially while I was trying to do work for 21XX, because it was something I was very focused towards. So I can actually absolutely like it's indispensable that, especially for characters like these, like their voices do make the characters.
Yeah.
At least coming from my perspective, and I could not see or hear another individual doing those lines better.
I think for me, you guys have seen Logan, the most recent Hugh Jackman.
I actually haven't seen it, but I know of it.
You know the one.
I've seen it.
Okay, so for me, doing the most recent dialogue that I did with you for 21XX, I felt a lot like that. I felt like now this was me, old man Zero, like older, more grizzled, like like 15 years older, going back, doing the character. I've got a beard now. I have a few more scars, and it's like, all right, kids, I'm Zero. What's up, everyone? Welcome to Zero. And they'd be like, what happened to you? I'd be like, I've seen some stuff, man.
You know what this is? You woke up in 22XX. You're Mega Man Zero now.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. You were gone for 100 years, and then you wake up in this world that's just filled with chaos. And but now you're like, I've got it now. You've been through some stuff, and you came out a stronger person.
Exactly.
Honestly, I think it worked really well, especially, I mean, and yeah, of course, it's been almost 15 years since you like sat down and worked with the role again. But honestly, like not only getting into the perspective of how long it's been, but the perspective of the character, like timeline wise, Zero hasn't even gone through like the worst of his shit. Like it's about to get a whole lot worse for him, but he's been through some experiences. He's come back from the brink of death. He's been through some trying times with somebody that he considers his best friend. Like there's a lot of layers of like conflict that's going on within him at this point, and he's still like he's still the badass character that everybody remembers him to be, but it's getting to the point where things are starting to build. And I think the way you portrayed him, especially in that particular short, like in that brief amount of time, I got more out of. I this isn't a shameless plug, I swear, but if you guys actually want to be able to like hear like the evolution from like Maverick Hunter X to like how he is now, you should go and listen to those lines, because like absolutely, like he feels more realized now, and it's a privilege to be able to even hear that. And I honestly I wish, despite all the technical difficulties, that I could have given like the opportunity for everybody to have a grander performance, because you deserved it. Like that was amazing.
It was really fun. And I think it does reflect just how voices and people change, and that gets reflected into the character, and it brings a new flavor into the character. And I think to that end, actors have to have agency to bring something into a character, and then that becomes what the popular conception of the character is. And sometimes it's the other way around. Like sometimes they bring you a character and they cram it down an actor's throat, and that's when you get Surfer Zero, you know?
I was just gonna say I'm much happier that you went a little bit away from Surfer Zero. It wasn't, you weren't just be cooler, be more Sonic,
Yeah, exactly. 2.0. Yeah. I think actually being able to bring legit stuff, and maybe it ends up having sometimes to tweak a little bit of what people's expectation of the exact vocal quality is, which sometimes if you go too far outside of that, it doesn't sound appropriate for the age of the character. So there's that. But as long as you're on side in terms of the look of the character, I think it's important to, I don't know, for actors to have agency in deciding important aspects of the character. So in this context, being like, well, I am older, so I'm going to bring that to the character. I've gone through a bunch of stuff. I have a very different reading style now than I did back then, Right.
So exactly. You were but a babby back then.
Oh yeah, man. I did Zero when I was 16, 17, 15, 17. I don't remember anymore, but I was young.
There's people playing the game who have had time to grow up since then and play the games now for the first time with the Legacy Collection.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Like, but I tell you what, like, between you and Mark, and please forgive me, I can't remember Axel's
Jeffrey Watson.
Jeffrey Watson.
Yeah.
Between the three of you, even in just the small amount of titles that you've been a part of in the Mega Man franchise as a whole, you guys are like the dream team. You know, you're like the unbreakable trio. Like everyone loves those voices for those characters, and so I think a large part of like why it's been so long before like a new game comes out. Not only is it Capcom, being stingy with Mega Man X, but also it's like, how do you follow that act up? You know what I mean? It's really difficult.
I don't know. If they imagine this, like if Capcom wanted to, and they put out a new game, mainline Mega Man X9, right? People would buy that if they did it. And then if they put Johnny Young Bosch as Zero and Bryce Pappenbrook as X, so I think, or is that Todd Habercorn? Whatever, Bryce Pappenbrook or Todd Habercorn is X. And then Axel, I don't even know. The one that they didn't choose for X, let's say. If they put
X and Axel are kind of just like a few degrees apart from one another.
Yeah, there's similarities. If they put those guys in, and then they fleshed out, like let's just say like a dream casting, they fleshed out some of the navigators like Tara Strong and whoever. There's plenty of people to choose from.
Yeah.
If they did that, you can't tell me that people wouldn't be like, well, this is pretty dope. This is a new show, a new entry in the series with actually exceedingly talented people. And
you know what? That's part of why I think those games that you guys worked on were so much more well received than others, because like on the Japanese side of things, voice acting is always like consistently quality. They love their voice actors in Japan. But I feel like in the West, it's really difficult. And I feel like Capcom, not to bash anyone who's done any voices for Mega Man games, but like I feel like until we got X8 and Command Mission, with you three on, it just didn't feel...
Yeah.
It didn't feel real. It was just like... But then once we had those... people tell me constantly, X8 and Command Mission, and there's also Maverick Hunter X, are the games that have the best production value, and I think a lot of that is owed to the voice acting, because it's of such a quality. It's like, oh, this isn't just like, hey, we need some English voices, let's just throw them in there. It felt like, oh wow, they're really producing. This is a production.
Yeah. And I think they also, with our little studio, our studio for a lot of time had kind of a bad budget name to it. Like, when we did Dragon Ball, people would always kind of mock it. Growing up, doing voices with the first stuff that we did, everyone was actually very critical of our studio. No one really liked what we did, and with good reason. Sometimes I watch some of my first stuff in our dub of Dragon Ball, and it's garbage. It's bad, man. So, but then what happened was we did enough work as a studio where, in my opinion, there became this interesting little pocket of quality that wasn't as tapped into. It was maybe a bit less known. And then I think that at the very beginning of when I would say our little studio started to really kind of punch above its weight was right around then when we did Mega Man. And then it was solid. And I don't think people were expecting it, because I think even if Capcom had made those games just a few years prior, I think they would have gotten just another kind of, whatever, debatable sort of dub where it has its pros and it has its cons.
Yeah.
So there's so much. Yeah, there's so much that goes into it in terms of budget and timing, and our studio just actually did a really good job growing through the early 2000s. So, so there's like weird logistical things like that where I think they got lucky, and then they probably realized the value of a good product, because all of the Marvel versus Capcom stuff seems, I actually don't know what studio it's out of, but it's not out of a bad studio. It's out of a really good studio. Right. So I think they do a good job. And I think maybe that was one of many factors, let's just say, one of many factors that sort of was like, okay, actually it's worth it to spend some effort on this.
Yeah, for sure. And it's something, I don't know if anyone at Capcom was watching. I don't know if my channel is big enough. I mean, look, I've got Lucas sitting right here, guys. Come on, pay attention.
Capcom would be like, oh my God, this guy again. Gee, why don't we go away?
No, but like,
Actually, please don't, because I really don't want to get a cease and desist over 21XX. Please, for the love of God, don't do
okay,
that.
maybe not. Well, I don't know. Can they cease and desist over a homemade tabletop that you're not selling? I don't know. That's the thing.
I may not be selling, but I'm planning on making a source book of like this actual of all these materials, and I'm making stories with their characters. So
Okay, so we'll just pretend that you're not doing that for. No,
We'll edit that part out.
We'll edit that part out. We'll clean it up in post.
Yeah.
But for real, if anyone out there is listening or can talk to people who should hear this, please, as Mega Man fans, we are craving voice talent like Lucas. We need that quality voice talent because, like I said earlier, characters are their voices, and if you squander it and you just kind of like, don't really put all that much effort into it, and it shows. Like, the fans can tell when you didn't care about your voice talent. So really, like, it is an integral part to making the characters likable. It is an integral part to selling the game, because like, even right now, like, this is, again, I'm not bashing anyone because I don't personally have any problems with it. I saw just today on Twitter, people were complaining that for the new Mega Man Zero and ZX collection, it has remastered audio for the dialogue because it was heavily compressed for the DS console. And now you get it in HD. It's basically the uncompressed original takes for all the dialogue, which is like super cool. But then,
fantastic.
Yeah, everyone was like super excited about that, and then someone brought up the point. They were like, "Oh, well, can we switch to the Japanese voices? Because I hated the English dub." And and I'm not gonna say like it was bad because I didn't really have a problem with it, but I can see where they're coming from, where it wasn't up to the standard that the fans were expecting, and so if it was, people would be like a lot more excited about it. It is worth investing in.
Yeah,
like, absolutely, because it's a game changer when the characters you're looking at and connecting with sound more believable, and and they're not reading things like out of a Sonic Adventure 1 cutscene. Like, it does so much more, which actually I wanted to bring this up. Moving away, I think we're beyond our first topic for everything. We know where you've been now. I wanted to just talk a little bit about your time as Zero, but before I do that, since this is kind of related, I wanted to just say something that I hope people will take to heart. Everyone loves to praise you for what a great job you did as Zero, and you really did. And everyone loves to kind of poo-poo on X4. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to take a minute to let everyone know my official stance on this. I really don't think the voices in X4 are all that bad. I think the voice direction was bad. I have come to find that a lot of voice acting in video games from that era just didn't have any direction. You would be given a line and you're told to read it, but you don't get the context or the scene that you're actually voicing for. And so I really don't blame anyone in those, games back in, like, what was it, like 97? For just kind of doing the best they could. I thought the voices were appropriate. I thought Zero sounded fantastic in X4. It's just that I don't think the direction was really where it should have been. And I think you mentioned something about this, Lucas, once, that a lot of times you're just kind of given a script and it's just like, okay, go. And like, you don't have anything to go off of. Like, do you have any insight on that?
Well, I have tons of opinions because as a voice actor, you're the brunt of people's displeasure, typically with a lot of things that are not in your control. You're kind of the most visible of things. So if things sound bad, it's pretty natural and pretty logical to go, well, that's the voicer. That's the voice acting. That voice is bad. That person's bad. And I don't like them. And sometimes that's true. But for the most part, there's a lot of other stuff involved. So one example is, it's not that common. Sometimes it happens, but it's not that common to ever have seen or heard of the project that you're working on before you start working on it. So for a lot of people, they might be into Digi Karat Nyo, and that's their big thing. And they know everything about it. They know everything about every character. They know that Robbie and Rose and Dejiko and Puchiko are, they know their relationships. They know that Gemma is their butler. They know everything. However, there's a lot of content out there. And I chose that example on purpose because pretty much no one's going to know what I'm talking about, right? They don't know that show. That's not a big show.
No idea.
Right? You have no clue.
You got me.
So the issue is that when you interact with a fandom, you're interacting with something that they specifically understand very well. And then the fandom, as these people, you can they sometimes don't understand that there are a lot of fandoms out there that they're not even a part of. No one listening is part of the Digi Karat Nyo fandom. No one. I'd be shocked if someone was into that show. It's a dope show.
In the comments,
yeah.
No, you're not.
No, exactly. Don't lie. Yeah, you've never seen this show. But, they expect you as the actor to be a super fan, a super fan of the show like they are, because it means something to them. They want it to mean something to the actor. That's very normal. But the issue is this. Let's say times are good and I'm working on 10 different animated shows over the year. There is no way that I have enough time as the performer to be deeply and intimately involved with the intricacies of 10 different stories like that. There's absolutely no way. Some people listening to this and may be like, well, I know a lot about Attack on Titan and Dragon Ball, and then they'll list off the ones that they know. And it's like, yeah, but those are big ones, man. those, it's like me being like, I know a lot about like the Avengers Endgame. You don't even I know a lot about big properties as well. There's a lot of stuff that I passively know. However, if I all of a sudden was cast as Tony, social osmosis. But if I was cast as Tony Stark's long lost son, and I'd never read that arc of the comics, well, you can bet there'd be people that were displeased with me because I did not actually know what they knew. And it's the same in anime. You get given a script. You've never seen this script before. Like even when you do the audition, sometimes they don't even tell you what the show is. You don't have a title. You don't have a character name. You have lines and you perform and the director tells you to act cooler. That's what you have. Right. So you act cooler and then you get a phone call like, congratulations, you did it. You're this character now. And then maybe you'll get the title of the show. You go in to record the first episode. You still know nothing. Maybe you were able to Google some of the words and pick up a script somewhere and find out what show it was and then watch a subbed version online. I've done that. We've all done it. But there's still also not, is it that clear where you should look for information on what random show, like Law of Ueki and Tideline Blue, those raging successes that I did that had very clear, like Del Toro Quest. Yeah, it gets crazy. There's too many things for me to even look up. Considering how many shows, maybe I'll audition for 100 shows. I can't get that deep into 100 with the hopes that I'll get each character. And then you get cast in 10. And then you're recording every week, you're recording something else. And then maybe at the end of the day, you don't necessarily want to go home and watch more anime. You might want to go home and fold laundry, So it can be challenging to keep up with things to the same degree that someone who is a fan of that property, they might have spent a decade absorbing information about the characters and about the lore and about what is canon and what is not canon. And then they know the character better than you ever could, And so it can be really challenging as an actor because you have to honor that. But then you also have to live in the reality of the process and the logistics of it, right? Where the process is such that I don't get to see the scripts beforehand, typically. Sometimes you do. In a really big show, you will. Right. And when I say really big show, I mean a show with a really large budget that's typically a Western produced show, so a prelay show. In anime, I'd be willing to bet the vast majority. I know at Ocean in my studio, in my opinion, I always have to say that so they don't sue me for whatever random reason. And then at our studio, for sure, you don't see the script beforehand. Sometimes you can, but again, there's limited usefulness to that because of how fast you record. And then I'd be willing to place money that there is not a single studio that consistently gives out scripts ahead of time. They don't do it. Sometimes it's for non-disclosure reasons. Sometimes it's for security reasons. But there's simply no point. They never do. So your information about the characters is by necessity of the process extremely limited. And then you're judged against a standard of information that people have had for decades, starting in their childhood, going through to adulthood, and they know way more than you can. And then, so it's hard. all of that to say, God, I talk way too much.
No, that's what we're here for, man. That's absolutely what
that's
people
the point.
are here for. So you know what it is? You're making up for all that lost time. We're getting it all out at once.
Yeah, exactly. This is years of information being exported now.
Bring it all down.
Yeah.
Please.
All of that to say, it's hard that the voice actors take the brunt of it, but then people have to understand not only are there translators, there are writers, and there are directors, and there are producers, there are engineers. You can have a take come back that was delivered exceedingly well that the engineer needs you to redo. They might need you to redo it for a technical reason. Maybe you had some spit, like maybe your mouth was spitty when you recorded.
Right.
That was disgusting. And so you can, no one wants that. So maybe we've had times where the engineer has recalled a line just because they didn't like the performance, right? And who cares about their opinion? But they do have opinions sometimes. The director, what if they have a bad day? I don't know, man. Directing's a tough gig. They have to know a lot about the show, and they have to be able to find a way to get the actor to do what they need the actor to do, and it's not always easy. As fans, you can kind of hear inside of your head what you would prefer for the performer to do, but then you got to realize that the actual reality of making those sounds in that voice, especially when you're in anime and it's timed to flaps, it's not the same thing as hearing something the way it should be in your head. So There's a big disconnect there. And then there's producers, there's the client. A lot of people in anime don't realize, and this is going to be a contentious thing. So if there's a headline to take away from this that no one's going to like, it'll be that one of the largest reasons that dubs turn out poorly And that's one aspect that you want to know why no one's going to say that is because they'll probably get fired. But I'm already out of that whole thing, so I don't have to worry about it. Part of it, I can feel how awkward this is to mention. Part of it is that when it comes down to casting a specific voice, we've heard it from our studio a lot. Well, in my opinion, in a way that no one should sue me for, I think that maybe I have heard people say to me that so if that isn't like a kind of weird alarm bell ringing in your brain, I don't know what should be. Now, don't sue me. That's my opinion. And it's okay. I'm an idiot. I'm out of the industry. I've retired from voicing in a studio. Let's not worry about it.
He's already escaped to a safe radius.
Yeah, I'm in my own studio where this is just what it is. But that's part of it, man. In my opinion, there's a thing where depending on whose ears are listening, the client's ears will choose things that sound good to non-native speakers of English. And then when you get a native speaker of English, you expect it to sound differently, right? You simply do. And then the people that sound good in other ways, they can't necessarily perform. Sometimes they can. The best performers have the ability to get cast all the time, and they're a really crazy good performer, and so on and so forth. So it's a really complex, nuanced discussion that I think a lot of people, they'll blame the actor, then they'll go to the director, then they might go to the translation, because they'll know that that's not exactly what they said. But they got to understand the translation. It's not like the clients and the producers don't know what the translation is. The translation is decided for a lot of other reasons. And so again, that's not the actor's fault. They're doing the best with the lines that they have.
Right.
And then way
There's
before,
multiple moving parts.
yeah, there's all these moving parts and justifications. And so if the line is poorly written and poorly translated, it's going to sound bad. Yeah, it'll sound better in Japanese because that's the native language that it was written in. Where what we found is the greater agency that this is also, sometimes I'm talking about my own studio. The greater agency, the better the product. The more time, the better the product. Sometimes people might not realize that if X4 was a really underwhelming dub, they might have had, like, I'm making this up, I don't know. They might have had like an hour to record everything in the entire game. Yeah. And you can bet that that's going to lead to a diminished product, and that relates more to a budget rather than the performative capabilities of the actor. So all of that being said, yeah, to circle back around, it's not necessarily always accurate to throw it back to the actor. The actor should still be good enough to do a good job with limited resources. But that's not always the case, and sometimes it's not possible. So it really depends on the situation. But I do agree that you can't necessarily blame it on the actor. Sometimes you have to blame it on the process in general.
Right. And just, I don't know this off the top of my head. I know we talked about him. Sean, do you remember what his name was? The actor for Zero and X4?
Wayne Doster.
Yeah.
What was it?
Wayne Doster or Wayne Doster? Yeah.
Wayne Doster. Yeah. So cut him some slack, okay? How about that? I just cut him some slack. I'm sure he was doing the best he could. And if you listen to other dubs from the era, they all kind of had that same feel.
Yeah.
And I think everything that Lucas talked about plays into that. Even more so in the 90s, where like dubbing Japanese products into English was not like done with the utmost care and precision.
Absolutely.
As it is now. It was very like, all right, here's the names of the characters. This is a loose translation. We're gonna, type this in English and then go. And like you said, they only had like I suspect this on my own. Like you said, they probably only had like an hour. There's a famous flub in Mega Man 8 where Dr. Light tells Mega Man, he's like, you have to recover all the energy, and he doesn't say immediately, he says immediately, and then he stumbles, and instead of saying Mega Man, he says like, what Mega Man?
What Mega
Man? Like, what Mega Man? And then I was thinking really hard on this. I'm like, now how did this happen? And I thought, okay, no one would say immediately and then say, oh, that's a good take. But I'm thinking probably too fast, probably didn't care that he said that line wrong or whatever the case was. And then I was like, where's the "Wah Mega Man" come from? And I guarantee the script he was reading from was probably a really hastily translated script, and Mega Man was still referred to as Rockman in the script. And so the "Wah" was probably him using his the speech for Dr. Light was probably going to say Walkman. But then he realized instead of them taking the time to translate it, it was probably they just left it as Rockman. They're like, hey, anytime you see Rockman, just say Mega Man instead.
Yeah, could have been. What I mean? Yeah,
like that's just how quick it felt like it was thrown together. But if you actually stop and listen to the voices assigned to the characters, the voices are appropriate. I don't think there's anything wrong with them. I think it's all comes down to how quickly everything was just kind of crammed together.
Yeah.
Same thing for the voice of Mega Man and also the voice of X. I think they shared a lot of the voice actors between Mega Man X4 and Mega Man 8. Everyone's like, oh, X sounds like a girl. And I'm like, yeah, well, if you play Mega Man X1 and get the Hadoken, that's exactly what his voice sounds like.
Yeah.
So I don't really think they were doing that bad of a job. And same thing for Mega Man. Everyone's like, oh, Mega Man sounds so girly. It's ridiculous. But that's what he sounds like in Japan. So it's really not... I don't know. I just want everyone to cut them some slack now that we've got your attention. All I had to do was get the voice of Zero on my channel for you guys to hear this. Jeez. No, I'm kidding.
If anything, I'd like to point out a lot of the content that came out from the late 90s to the early 2000s as far as Mega Man was concerned, even the early like Mega Man 8 X4, there was a lot of charm to that voice acting, even if
Yeah.
it wasn't necessarily
I mean,
good.
look what it's done for the community too. Like this is like decades of like jokes and memes and like, but
Yeah.
it has a charm to it that
Yeah.
you kind of come to love it anyway. So if anyone out there is like legitimately angry about that old voice acting where you're really got like a stick up your bum about it, just relax. It's fun. That's what am I fighting for has given us so much joke material
Yeah.
for so long, and I don't even think it was delivered that poorly. So I mean, but that's all I wanted to say about that.
I really agree with the angle that it was also 1997.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's a long time ago. And if you listen to any voice acting from that era, a lot of it was suspect, but they got away with it. If you compare that to like Rocky and Bullwinkle, the voices sound the same, man. It's just that Rocky and Bullwinkle is a Western cartoon, and this is a robot that's supposed to be something different. We didn't have as many of those like I'm a cool anime character. We just didn't have that here as much.
Yeah, like Speed Racer is the closest I think anyone's ever gotten, but I feel like it wasn't anime at the time. It was just like a cartoon.
Exactly.
And so that's where like even a lot of the early like dubbing terms come, like Speed Racer syndrome, where it's like you need to fill in mouth flaps, but you don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So you'd fill it in with like or ooh or like different things just to fill the space. Dubbing back then I don't think was really all that sophisticated, and it wasn't treated with as much reverence as it is now. So it's hard.
I remember starting off when I first got into Dragon Ball, and I think his Dragon Ball was on broadcast. It was actually, you could watch it on TV, and some of the other stuff was maybe just video. But watching Dragon Ball with my family, they all would make fun of it. No one thought it was cool. They would watch it and they would see, and I'd be like, I'm Yajirobe, dude. And then they'd be like, and then you go like, huh? Like the anime reaction, huh? Oh,
yeah.
What? And then they'd be like, they'd always laugh at that. They'd go, why is he doing a reaction? Why would they do that? Huh? And everyone mocked it. Everyone mocked it. My friends, my family, no one thought it was cool. Everyone thought it was pretty stupid. Right. So, and then we've come a long way. There's a lot of like the reaction thing is still a big thing in anime. But we do it better now. So it's a bit more normal.
There's also a lot of the
making
fact
it sound more natural.
In this day and age, like there's a lot of animes that have like syndication going on at the same time in both East and West.
Yeah.
So they make a lot of those, like, I'm trying to think the word for it. They make the right compromises between both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Between subs and dubs nowadays. I know. I think the biggest one that comes to mind as far as that is the Space Dandy dub, because they were syndicating that in Japanese at the same time they were doing it in English, and both dubs specifically have their own pros and cons, but they were produced the same way, they were directed slightly differently, but with the same production in mind.
Yeah.
And just, I wish more anime productions would have that ability, and I know that's a money sink, but one can only hope, right? So
yeah, and just touching on that, it's funny because a lot of times we like to make fun of old dubs and things like that, like back in the day, like they didn't quite have it right or whatever. But at the same time, this is actually an issue even in Japan. It's just none of us hear about it because the majority of people watching this probably don't live in Japan. Did you know that there's a debate about whether or not to watch King of the Hill in English or Japanese? Like, do you stay true to the source material and listen to it in English and then read the subtitles because it's a show about Americans in Texas?
Yeah.
Or do you watch the dubbed version? Because it's like, well, is that really true to the characters? Because obviously I've seen some of the dubs, and it's funny to me as an American to hear them speaking this like formal Japanese, or trying to sound like they're Texan, but they're speaking Japanese,
I need to hear this.
It's amazing, and so this is a thing that happens on both sides, So I just want everyone to be more aware of those things, when they watch anime or play video games and things. These are all things you should take into consideration. It's not so cut.
Yeah, it's not so cut and dry.
Yeah. With that, I was wondering, since we're still obviously on the topic of voice acting, I had some questions I wanted to ask you, specifically relating to your time as Zero, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And then I think some of these would be great to hear, because I thought about them a lot. I've never really been a voice actor before until my YouTube channel started. And I don't even consider myself a voice actor. I'm just reading lines.
Well, you have a beautiful voice, so.
Oh, well, thank you. Oh my gosh, Lucas, please.
You got him blushing. Perfect.
You do. I don't think I've ever say that to me before.
Well, you got a great voice. That's a good voice. And I'm a connoisseur of voices.
I don't know. To me, I sound like a little nasally. That's just me.
You want to talk about nasal voices? You got one talking right to you right now. I can't stand that voice. It's the worst.
Well, before we beat ourselves up over that, I think about these things when I play the games, because I've had a lot of time to contemplate, like, hey, a real person in a booth read this. It's not like it was just computer generated something.
Yeah.
I was going to ask what was it like to voice act for Zero, but I feel like you kind of covered that in our earlier segment. And I was also going to ask, how did you get like the feel of the character? I know you said at first you were kind of like, it was to like be cooler. It's like the George Lucas direction method.
Yeah.
Faster and more intense. Just be cooler.
Yeah.
So what were you doing to, or mentally, I guess, like what did you think of to kind of like get away from the surfer dude and less Keanu Reeves and more like cool? Like what were you thinking to get into that?
It's a hard question to answer, because sometimes when it comes to performing like that, the process wasn't really explicit or verbal. I think at the best of times, it's informed by the script and the visuals. So if the script is well written, it's a lot easier, which means if it's well translated and well presented, it's a lot easier. And I think in this context, it was actually very clear, especially in Maverick Hunter X. I felt like those were pretty well presented and pretty very clear, well written. I was okay with that. And in dubbing, you have the ability to see what the cartoon is, what the video game is, what the short is. So I started off being more surfery because I was trying to put in a specific type of swagger that in that era of my life, I think I just, surfer was cool. Mm-hmm. Then later on, it was much more just actual acting. I think that's what it was. I was actually just watching, being like, this is what this feels like to me. This character feels like this. It's more of an intuitive thing rather than an explicit experience. It's like, right. Yeah, it's like, if he's saying these words and he looks like this, his expression is like this. He's talking to X, who's his friend. I think that's really what it is that it was actually informed by the reality as much as it could be, the reality of the product, as opposed to me trying to foist my own thing on it, which would have been like, I think surfers are cool. I'm Surfer Zero. So it was much more like
Surfer Zero is pretty cool, but
right. Like I want someone to draw a certain Zero surfing a mean wave.
He needs like a beam surfboard.
Yeah. So there's parts of one of my favorite experiences was because we always dub to flaps and dub stuff that's already been done. But then doing Maverick Hunter X, my favorite story from that was that we dubbed it early enough in the process that none of it was finished. So all of the characters were just line drawings kind of moving through the storyboarded out. Sometimes it was like a kind of a 3D hashed out thing, but then part of it was a line drawing. I remember specifically the moment I'm thinking of was the intro to Maverick Hunter X, the Day of Sigma. They have this moment where the four-legged robot has like he has a grabby arm and he grabs a guy and the guy's like, oh, help me. And that dude, when I was watching it, that dude was a pencil drawing, but the robot was in 3D. And it was really cool. It was just like, wow, it's, and then later on doing some of Zero's lines, Zero was a pencil drawing kind of floating through the thing. He had no flaps, so we could kind of help. I can't remember actually if he had flaps or not. I think maybe we were timed. I forget exactly how that worked. But then when his face changed expressions, it didn't change expressions. They just drew a big scribble over his face. And it was just this scribbly mess. So I think there's things like that where that also corresponded with when I was a lot more confident as a performer, especially in that role, because I'd had so much positive feedback from the community. So
Right.
with the positive feedback, I was very solid in my choices. I was very confident going into Maverick Hunter X, especially because I was like, I got this. I am Zero.
Yeah.
And it was that confidence that shone through as opposed to being cool. I was confident and in control, and I was a Maverick Hunter. You know, I was Zero. I just was him, and I was enjoying it. I was having fun. So
That's reflective of Zero too in that role is that he's supposed to be the confident and kind of role model mentor figure to
yeah,
X. So that like kind of also, you know, it played off of that as well. So you're coming into the role really confidently, and so that's gonna come through
exactly.
in your readings. And then also Zero is actually like that. So that was some serendipitous. I like that word that you
Yeah.
used.
It was I was confident and I was having fun and I was doing things that were informed by the writing and what was on screen. And that's the genesis of it. That's like the actor's toolkit. It's less that there's like a mysterious kind of thing where it's like I had a dream, and in my dream I thought that Zero was more of a he was a Leo, not a Taurus, and he was, you know, raised by a family of snakes in my own headcanon. You know, and so there, I feel like I'm becoming
Zero knew that
Dr.
Saturn
Wily.
was in retrograde as the mechanoid approached the city, and because Saturn was in retrograde,
Yeah.
he knew that, you know,
Yeah.
perhaps the energies, but yeah, no.
So
Oh boy.
it's less of that kind of stuff and more just that's just what a performer does when they're on their
Mhm.
game. And I was fortunate enough that no one messed with that. It's not like the client, the studio, the directors, I was good enough at what I was doing that they didn't have to step in and really control me. They could kind of just
Right.
let me go, and then I did a good product, and we did it together, right? So it's a group effort. You know, I guess that's a really interesting way of looking at it. Throwing back to what we were talking about previously, like it's not just in that moment. It's not just me. It's everyone involved in that. The people that made the storyboard, the people that formatted the script, you know, the director kind of allowing me to bring that much of myself rather than line reading me and stepping in themselves. So I think what it was is it was a serendipitous little moment where our studio was really firing on all cylinders. You know, we were just doing a good job, and I was
got up to speed.
and I was feeling myself, bruh. I was feeling myself. Yeah. So yeah.
If that's really fantastic. I'm glad because I feel like it definitely. It's like you've had all those past experiences, and then Maverick Hunter X comes out, which I do think is probably that and X8 were my two favorite performances. From you, so those are really good. And I think it's nice that they all kind of came together, especially Maverick Hunter X, which is a retelling of the first Mega Man X game.
Yeah.
So it's cool that you were able to bring your best to such a pivotal game in the franchise. I think that's really cool.
If I were to make an aside on that, I was going to say if I were to make an aside on that, it's really a shame that Maverick Hunter X didn't get any future sequels where you got to portray the rest of, you know, the X series as Zero, because I think that's kind of the headcanon everyone really wanted after that initially came out.
Yeah.
I think Maverick Hunter X, it really, like, say what people will as far as the gameplay, that it's not a one-to-one recreation of the original Mega Man X, but it had this sort of like mythical field view of it because it was essentially what everyone wanted, an actual legit anime retelling of the X series. You talk to any fan in the Mega Man fandom, and if they had the opportunity to ask for anything out of Capcom more than any other game, at least the second thing I would hear would be just make an anime adaptation of the X series. Just make a made-for-TV syndication.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I think so. Yeah, it was really great just to hear. Like I know I keep stroking your ego on this, but it's really great to just hear quality voice work in a Mega Man game so many times, and that's why a lot of people kind of look back on that little flare of perfection that blip on the Mega Man timeline, and then it just after that Capcom was just kind of like no more Mega Man ever. And I mean, obviously they're changing their tune on that now, but I mean,
I feel
we're
like
still coming back out of a very long drought.
Exactly.
And I'm glad that you, at the very least, before this drought happened, were part of that like shining moment where like I feel like the Mega Man franchise was like at its peak.
Yeah, and it was, and it changed my life because people were so into it that it had a huge impact on me. Like, Sean, you mentioned kind of being influenced by what I did, but people got to understand their involvement in it was what impacted me. I had a fun time doing that character, but what sets it apart was the interaction that I had after that. I've had a fun time doing a lot of characters, but none of them in the same way as Zero. So
Mhm.
what made that an amazing experience for me was actually all of you guys. That's what became this bigger thing. So I have to
Means
throw
a
it back to
lot
all
coming
of
from
all of
you.
y'all. Well, and I mean it. It was everything to me.
I mean, that's it's really fantastic to hear. Like I know for some people, voice acting, might just be a job, or for some people, maybe it doesn't impact them that way. So it's really great that we could mutually benefit one another by, our impact on you and your impact on us. Because, like I said, especially now, this is also something that's really interesting. Mega Man for me, I started with like X1 on like Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
And then I jumped right
Yep.
into X4. Somehow I didn't know there was an X2 or an X3. I don't know how that slipped by me. I got them eventually, but that was kind of me for a while. And so Mega Man was already a big impact on me. So seeing it get to these heights where you could have that quality performance was really awesome for me. But then also, X8 and Command Mission and Maverick Hunter X was a lot of people's first Mega Man games.
Yeah.
And so they're getting to jump right in with you. And so I think it's amazing to know that, like, I mean, just to think about it, like, you are Zero to so many people. And so the effect that you've had on them, and they look up to this as a character. And I hope that after this interview, that not only will they look up to Zero as a character, I feel like a lot of people are looking up to you as a person, because you bring so much of that. What's the word I'm looking for? You're very genuine, and I think that's really cool. That not only are they getting to experience you as their first Mega Man game, but they're also getting introduced to you as their Zero. Especially now with the re-releases, the Legacy Collection, and things
Yeah.
like that. And again, if anyone's listening over at Capcom, we know that you're working on X9 somewhere, so please,
They must
if you
be.
wouldn't mind, you can please reach out to Lucas.
Well, and
Yeah, let's just have
if
the
you would
Hermit
be willing
Collective
to,
just run
if
the
you're willing to
X9
do
dub,
that.
please.
yeah.
I don't know if you'd be up for doing Zero again, but if you were, absolutely, you'd be my top pick.
I would always be up for doing it, especially if I could do it out of my own studio, just because I'm such a hermit. Like I have my
Hence
home.
the name.
I got my whole booth here. I got my whole thing going. I'd always be up for it. For some reason, I think it's really not likely. I just think that the industry has shifted so much. I think the voice acting industry is in like kind of a weird state of upheaval right now. I think
Mhm.
if I had to pick, I would bet you that Capcom would end up going out of like Bang Zoom or something like that. Like actually, I should actually look it up. I have no idea who they're using right now, and it changes from project to project as well sometimes.
Right.
But
What do they currently
That's
use
true.
for Mega Man 11?
I'd have to look it up.
Does
I actually
anybody currently know?
no.
They're probably just knowing Capcom. If as long as their philosophy is anything like it was for X8 Command Mission and Maverick Hunter, I'm going to assume they're going to probably stick with the same studios.
Yeah.
Like, because it's like if you're working well with someone, was Mega Man 11's voice acting was
Yeah.
very well received, so I'm sure they're probably going to just run with that momentum. They're like, okay, you did a great job. We're just going to keep going to you.
Yeah. I
Not to mention, it sucks when characters' voices change all the time.
That's the thing. And like even if they came back and got me, they wouldn't be able to get the Mark Gathas and the Jeffrey Watsons and stuff like that. Like it's been so long now that so much has changed that
Yeah.
it would just be me, which could be cool, and I could be down for it. But I'm at a stage in my life and in my career where I think I would be careful about it. I would do it if the situation was right. And if the situation wasn't right, I would have no ill will. But I would do it under like a specific set of circumstances, just for my own sanity, for my own well-being.
Right, of course. Yeah, you got to take care of yourself first. That's been an important theme throughout, pretty much our discussions.
Yeah. Which is an interesting thing to kind of be like, yeah, voice acting, really important to be, happy and healthy. It's like that's sort of central to everyone's life, I think, even when you're not a voice actor. It's everyone. So
yeah.
actors
it's a
are no
thing not
exception.
a lot of people think about, I think. So everyone listening, take care of yourselves.
Yeah,
mental health. and your emotions are really important.
And the people around you, like being healthy in yourself and having, you know, healthy and fulfilled relationships. Like I always think it's cute talking to you, Twitch, and then hearing about your wife, and it's like, oh, you guys are so cute. Like I want you to tell the story. Tell the story of how you guys met. That was so cute. Tell the story of how you met. Everyone has to okay, so I'll set the stage. So the story of how they met, I forget why, and the reason I always talk about like people's wives and girlfriends is because I'm with an amazing woman now, Carol Ann, and we're engaged, and I'm just so happy when people are happy.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you very much. And actually, and she was who was she in Mega Man? She was crap. She was a navigator. She might have been Alia. Who was she? I'd have to look it up. Damn it. Who was Carol Ann? Now,
wait, really?
Yeah, Carol Ann was in Mega Man.
Wasn't she the navigator from Maverick Hunter X?
I think so. Carol Ann Day.
Like, affectionately, the fans like dub her Carol. Like even in 21XX, she's named Carol because based on like at least what I've seen as far as the fans are concerned.
Yeah,
like, it's just kind of a
that
general name because she doesn't have a name.
If she's never given an official name, I think that makes sense to look up the voice actor or actress in this case, and then use that as like a pseudonym. That would make sense. That's really I didn't realize that. I'm gonna have to go check that out now. That's really awesome. That's really cool to hear.
Oh my god. Here I have it. Mega Man X Command Mission. Carol Ann was Marino. She was Raffalesian.
Marino? Seriously?
Yeah, she was Marino.
Get the hell out of here.
And she was Raffalesian.
Oh, okay. No offense to her, but I hated that boss.
Oh, well, you know, then whatever. And she was And she was then additional voices in that. And then in the Day of Sigma, she was the navigator.
No way.
And yeah, and then she was in the other stuff as additional voices in the other ones. But yeah, that's what she was.
You're blowing my mind right now. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. Well, it's Zero and Marino are now a thing. So there you go.
Yeah, isn't that cute? Okay,
that's really amazing.
But the way so Carol Ann and I met at the studio. And we met when we were real young. It was very serendipitous. We flew all over the world together before we were dating. We became best friends. We were best friends since, we started being friends when we met, which would have been like 04 or something, or 2001, who knows. And then we became really good friends in 2010, and then really best friends in 2014. And then we started dating in 2016. And then we got engaged this year, 2019. So that was sort of our story. Yeah, and it's really cute, and we're like, oh my god, like I love you, you know. That's all that we just love each other so much. But now, then I heard the story about Twitch, and it blew my mind. And so I don't want to tell the story for you, but I'll throw it over to you. Tell the story.
Okay, alrighty. A lot of people ask me this actually, so I'm hoping that this interview or this video, I should say, will kind of like, this is it. You want to know what the story is? Go to this timestamp. Someone in the comments, please pin it.
Yeah.
So the way that me and Bonus Level met, Bonus Level, for anyone who doesn't know or is just coming to the channel, Bonus Level is the artist for my YouTube channel. Any of the art that you see, any of the animations, any assets, backgrounds, anything that is not official art taken right from the games or whatever, that is stuff that is drawn by her. So I was at this thing called MagFest, which stands for Music and Gaming Festival. And I've been going for years, I think since either 2009, 2010, something like that, every year. I love going there. It's great. Like the name implies, it's a music and gaming festival. You go there for video game music. They have fantastic guest stars, things like that, blah, blah, blah. I was there with my group of friends. We were all in Mega Man cosplay. It's kind of been our thing. We've been slowly building up an army of Mega Man cosplayers. Every time we go to MacFest, we find a new one. We tell them to go to our website, and we have resources for how to build your own Mega Man cosplays and things. And so, you know, we're slowly becoming this giant Katamari of Mega Man cosplay. So I'm there, and we were just wandering through this artist alley area. And this girl comes out, and she's in a Tomahawk Man EXE cosplay. I'm dressed as Dr. Wily, and I have Metal Man and Toe, and they're behind. They're like my best friends. They're super cool. Hey, Andy. Hey, Shauna. And they're also dating, so it's interesting that Bubble Man and Metal Man are seeing each other, considering that Metal Man is Bubble Man. So that's kind of cute, too. So Mega Man is great for everyone looking to get into a relationship.
Yeah, apparently.
So she comes out and she's like, oh my god, your cosplays are amazing, you guys are super cool. And I'm like, oh, thank you so much. You put a lot of work into yours. Yours is super impressive. We have this group, Skull Fortress Cosplay, where we all do Mega Man cosplays. If you'd like, you can join our Facebook page and stuff. We can all keep in contact, and we're doing a photo shoot by the fountains at MagFest because it takes place at the Gaylord National Resort and Hotel in National Harbor. So that's where we always do the photo shoots. I don't think I actually saw her at the photo shoot. I don't remember what happened. I'll have to ask her, why she wasn't there, or maybe the photo shoot already took place. But we all kept in contact, and I created like a little group chat afterwards, after the convention, to stay in touch with everyone. And we were all talking and stuff, but she started showing like little doodles of like stuff that happened at MagFest, but like in character. So it wasn't like she drew like people in costume. She drew the characters doing some of the funny stuff that happened to all of us. So I thought that was really funny, and I just kind of messaged her on her own, like, "Wow, your art is really good. You're really funny." Blah blah blah, and we talked for a bit, and then things kind of like took off from there. We started talking to each other, started seeing each other, and then one day she like kept this from me. She was like, must have been trying so hard to keep it a secret, or maybe she's just really humble. She starts showing me some of the artwork that she's done, and I'm like, hey, I recognize this artwork. This is incredible. And she's showing it to me, and it was the one that really made it click in my head was it's all the Mega Men from the Smash Bros. Final Smash, where they're all lined up in like a V formation aiming their busters, and it says, "You came to the wrong neighborhood." And I was like, I recognize that. I go, "You're the artist who did this?" And she was like, "Yeah, that's me. I drew that." And I was like, "That's crazy. I've actually been following your work, all this time. I've been a fan of yours. I didn't know that's who I was talking to." I would have been like a lot more modest and humble. I just thought she was just really cool, and I just really liked her artwork. And so, yeah, so Mega Man helped bring me together to meet now who eventually became my wife. And she's an amazingly talented artist and animator, and we were like a power couple. Like, we were perfect to make this channel happen. And so it was really incredible how Mega Man brought the two of us together, and now apparently brought Lucas together with his fiance. This is incredible how Mega Man is just bringing everyone together. That's great.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. Mega Man the matchmaker.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, who would have? And you know what? That's like it's funny because as like a little kid, growing up, I was like a huge dork. I was way into comics and video games and Mega Man. Like, no one knew what the heck a Mega Man was when I was growing up. So I was like this really dorky kid who was into this kind of childish looking video game. But like, it's a solid game. Now it's cool to like Mega Man.
Yeah.
And I was always thinking to myself, like, I'm never gonna meet anyone who likes me because like I'm into Mega Man, and Mega Man is so dorky and stupid. Like, if I meet anyone, they have to like Mega Man.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed I would have hit the jackpot.
It's so cute.
I feel I'm all red in the face telling this because I don't like to. I don't know. I don't like putting her in the spotlight. She's actually a very shy person. So
yeah, but it's cute.
She's asleep right now.
Yeah, but it's heartwarming when you hear about other people's experiences like that. I think it gives me hope that positive things happen, that serendipity does happen, that if you're a good person and you work hard. This is a quote from Conan O'Brien that really meant a lot to me. If you're a good person and you work hard, good things will happen, amazing things will happen. And it is true. And sometimes it doesn't feel like that, but it is true. And I like hearing about how like, I thought that I would never get there, but then I did, and it's amazing. I think that's what we should focus on in society, is more of that and less of the clickbaity negative stuff, as much as possible. Yeah, so I like hearing that.
There's a lot of wholesomeness to the Mega Man franchise in general, and so it's I don't know. There's something really nice about meeting people. I've never met. Well, I shouldn't say never met, but I rarely meet a Mega Man fan that I don't get along with. Most people are very cool. They're very wholesome people. Everyone just wants to do good, following in the footsteps of our favorite, blue robot. And so, yeah, I think it really does bring people together, And
I mean, I've met Mega Man fans that I didn't get along with. There's one instance in particular where they wanted to role play with me, and it's actually pretty common. People will be like, "Oh, do you want to role play as Zero?" And the answer is almost invariably no, because it's almost always weird and sexual. And I'm not kidding. Like the amount of times that I've had, well, okay, I'll tell one specific instance that I think I mentioned this to you when we talked like a few weeks ago, but there was one person in particular, and I don't want to shame people. I don't want to attack, because here's the thing is I bet you this person was probably younger and just figuring themselves out and figuring things out, socialization. I don't know. So I don't want to hate on people for whatever, but the point is that it was very
young and stupid.
Young and stupid, and they're probably humiliated by it. So I don't want to get too specific, because I feel like no one deserves that. Even if they do it on purpose and they don't care, whatever, I don't care. So, but what they did is they kept on wanting to role play, and they were very, very insistent. And I was this is also kind of why I would back off sometimes, just because sometimes it would get really weird. But they wanted to role play, and they ended up sending me a drawing that they made that was a nude drawing of Iris. And it was an extremely, it could have been more graphic, but it was like Iris with her breasts out, like really overdrawn, like really big breasts. And I was like
very hammering the point home.
Yeah. And I was like, it was so bad that I blocked them, and I was like, I cannot do this. It's not good, you know? So I think there are pockets of the fandom that can get too far, and they can become something that they shouldn't. And then there are other people that sometimes get a bit nasty, like they get a bit mean sometimes, but that's far more rare. In general, everyone that I talk to is really, really awesome. Like we're talking 99.9% of people are super, super, super awesome. And then there's that like just that tiny minority that makes such an impression that you can't forget about it. You're like, oh wow, yeah, it gets weird. So that's the only caveat.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, separate from Mega Man, I feel like every fandom kind of has
absolutely,
but no fandom is safe from that kind of thing from happening. I think every fandom has that, but in general, I think it happens the least in Mega Man. So I don't know. We've got that going for this guy.
That's amazing.
It's not half bad. So yeah, that's about how you get into the Zero. That's how you got the field down. That's question number 2.
This is going to be impossible to edit together into coherent chunks.
I will endure, because I think we'll make it work.
It'll be fun.
I think there's a lot. Everything that you're saying is of value, and so I'll find a way to make it all work.
The only thing
say something else, but
I think
I keep interrupting everybody.
No. It's because we're both shown. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I think one of the biggest things that I've noticed of being part of the Mega Man fandom more than anything else is that it's contagious.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yes,
I have a lot.
Is super contagious. Spreads like a virus.
Specifically in like my support group and my play group and a lot of the Control Alt Crit team, like some people were like maybe passive Mega Man fans, but the majority of them were never into the series whatsoever until I started like getting like explaining like content and actually making recommendations and even recommending your video. Shameless plug. Like a lot of the videos on your channel like are super helpful for individuals who are just getting into the Mega Man fandom for the first time, and now we have the legacy collections out there. But more than anything else, just trying to understand more of the lore, because there is a lot of misrepresented or dug deep connections to a lot of things that happen in the series.
There's a lot of that. I mean, that's kind of the mission statement of my channel too, is I want people to be able to watch the videos on my channel and within a span of like a couple days walk away from the channel like a 30-year veteran. You know what I mean? I want people to be able to just watch the videos. It's in a digestible format. And then I hope that they'll either be into Mega Man, have an appreciation for it, or will feel like more of a complete fan. Because I know a lot of the things in fandom is like, how much do you know? I would never scoff at anyone who doesn't know anything. Yeah. I would rather use that as an opportunity to be like, well, I can see where you're getting this misconception from, or like, oh, I understand where you're coming from. This is a long prevailing, theory, or whatever the case may be. Things like that. And I want to be able to kind of set everyone on the right track to be like, no, it's really more like this. And then when they have a better understanding, because it's in a format that they can, quickly and easily digest, it just kind of makes the whole fandom a lot more cohesive. Everyone kind of meshes better because now everyone's on the same page. And this is just a quick aside. One famous fan theory that is still prevailing to this day is everyone's like, well, what happened to the classic characters between
the Cataclysm?
The Cataclysm theory, as people call it, where the theory is that in Mega Man X, the reason why there's no Mega Man Roll, Proto Man, or any of the other classic characters is because Zero killed them all while he was a Maverick, like in the past. But number one, Keiji Inafune came out and said, no, that's not what happened. People still didn't believe him. They were like, it doesn't matter what you say. We're the fans. We're deciding the canon for this one.
Yeah.
But also, that was a widely spread theory because of a Sprite comic, of all things. Back in Bob and George one. Yeah. Bob and George spread that theory around, and it's a comedy comic. It's not even meant to be taken seriously, but that was the theory that everyone spread because it was just so popular at the time. And so that's why I'm trying to get rid of that stuff. Not that Bob and George isn't worth anything; it's hilarious. But there's so many times where people are like just confused because they're hearing things that are coming from ancient parts of the fandom that are just not applicable anymore.
I'm sorry if any of the content I put out ends up confusing further fans.
Oh no,
none of it's canon.
Well, that's different. See, there's like putting out non-canon material and acknowledging like, hey, this is on things, and then there's like making something up and then saying like, this is absolutely what happened. It's like, I will debate you in my nerdiest Star Trek lispy voice if you do that. But anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting off track. I didn't mean to make this about me. This is all supposed to be about Lucas today.
No, this is a great conversation.
Oh, I do appreciate that. I thank you for your patience in dealing with the nerdier aspects of the franchise. I have two questions. I want to try to roll these into one. Were there any scenes that you did that stood out to you that were like your favorite? And I wanted to preface this with saying I don't really have a favorite scene because I think they were all uniformly really good. But the one line that I cannot get out of my head is in Maverick Hunter X, where Zero and X discover Sigma was behind the plot of everything. And I believe...
Wait. Can I guess? Because that's my favorite line too.
Oh my God, please do.
I think, he was so skilled. Not many perpetrators have attack specs that high or something. He's like, was it when they walked in and they were, no, you said when they discovered Sigma.
It's when they first see Sigma and he says something like, Zero X, I'm so glad to see you, or something Sigma. Like that.
Zero X, I'm so glad to see you.
I should have figured that, the two of you would have figured me out, or something to that effect. And then Zero says a line.
What does he... I don't remember what he says anymore, because I had a couple favorites, and they were all in that same sort of zone. When they met up and Zero...
Sigma said, tell me, how'd you figure it out? And then Zero said, the perpetrator was so skilled that not many replicates have attack specs that high. It wasn't hard to put two and two together. That's why I was ready for your attack just now.
Yeah.
I still know that line.
It was when you delivered the line, it was the way you said it, and please forgive me, I'm not making fun of you for the way you said it, but the way it was so intense when you read it, it was like, it wasn't hard to put two and two together. I was like,
yeah. Okay, that was
the intensity with which you read it that always stuck out to me.
That's always my favorite. That was my favorite little piece as well. Also because at some points, I can't remember what happened. Someone sent me something, or I saw something online where a dude, he was like, my favorite line from Maverick Hunter X is Bizagadaba. And he was referring, when Sigma grabs Zero's head and picks him up?
Oh yeah.
There's this moment where the reaction, if you play it, the reaction is Bizagadaba! And I'll see if I can play it right. I won't be able to find it. It'll take too long to find it. But literally, and I had no idea. I edited in. I had no idea. But then when I listened back, I was like, it's right. It's Bizagadaba. And that was my reaction that I made. And so from then on, this dude online was like, that's what I say randomly around the house when something happens. Like, Bizagadaba.
That's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, you got to find the clip. Find the clip. I'll
find the clip. I'll put it in like right
Yeah.
here.
Commander Sigma! Zero!
Tell me, how did you figure it out?
The perpetrator was so skilled. Not many Reploids have specs that high. It wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together.
It's somewhere when Zero gets picked up by the head or like gets slashed or something. I literally go bazagadaba. So that's comedically, that's my favorite part. But on a performance level, the part that you're mentioning, I loved that part. I love that part.
I loved the whole sequence.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite sentence from that sequence, from that scene, was that it wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together. I don't know why, just the way you read that, so intense. Like,
yeah.
I'm not trying to like make fun of it because it was a good read.
No,
and I get it. Like Zero, the sense that I got from it was like, Zero is confronting Sigma, but he's also like a little cocky in the way that he's like confronting him. He's like, yeah, of course I figured this out. Like, what do you take me for? You know, like that's kind of the feeling that I got from it. But I don't know, it was just something about the intensity that you read it. It was just really great.
Well, and I think they had me acting as though I was kind of struggling with, so it's like clenching. So it's like I'm still kind of in a tug of war with Sigma. So it's like, it's not that hard. Like I'm clenching and, you know, and so
he's like grasping the beam saber.
I took it as like Zero was cocky. Like, you know, he's like, oh, of course it was
got
Sigma.
badass.
Like now, like he's trying to show Sigma like he's not scared is what I took.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit of everything. He's exerting because he's about to get in a fight, or he's kind of holding Sigma's arm or whatever, and he's cocky and like there's kind of a bit of a smile, like I got you. The perpetrator was so skilled. Like there was that. I loved in that scene where he basically said that, and then they flash back to what happened a moment or two earlier or whatever.
He's like he purposely attacked their weak points. Or
yeah,
something to that effect.
That was cool. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Playing off of Zagadaba, because that is a perfect segue into what I was going to say next. Is was it ever difficult to say lines for a game with funny technobabble like and weird like in-universe vernacular like roids? Like I remember specifically a line in Command Mission where I think they get locked in a room. This is after fighting. I can't remember what his name was. It's Incentis. It's like the weird 6-armed, constantly changing element dude. He switches between like fire, water, and electricity, something like that.
Yeah.
Then I think the door gets locked, and they're like, "How do we escape?" And I'm pretty sure it's either Spider or Zero who says something like, "We might not be able to blast down the door, but the explosion from 2 roids ought to do it." And I'm like, hold on. wait. The explosion of 2 roids? We don't want your roids exploding. That's terrible. So, like, how do you deal with, like, do you just, like, not think about what you're saying? Or, like, does it ever...
It's kind of experience. Like, I remember way back when I first started, one of the first shows I ever got onto was a show called Banner of the Stars. Another massive anime crowd pleaser that everyone has seen, right? And I was a character called Admiral Rulev. And I think I got cast out of that show. I think I got recast and they never used me in that show because I had such a hard time with the technobabble, just like a paragraph of timed to the flaps technobabble about, I don't even remember, like, you know, lasers and shields and all these like really kind of scientific words, and then sprinkled in some Japanese words, you know, and some things like that where it's like, whoa, you know, like Noriko, the blast shield of the bubble vortex is doing this. And it's like, whoa, it's kind of hard to do when you're timed and you're really new. Later on, you kind of get used to it. You kind of get used to some typical Japanese pronunciation as much as you can. I think I'm always off a little bit, but in Mega Man, especially, the one that really stood out to me was a lot of it's really normal. Like it's pretty short, you know, it's someone's name or it's, you know,
like Reploid isn't a hard word.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Reploid. Well, because you grow up watching like Star Trek and Star Wars, and I'm used to like technobabble to a certain extent. Right. But then recording, I can't remember which one it was, probably X8 or something like that. Maybe I was talking to one of you guys about this already, but it was the word in my battle script. I had to say Tasuro Maki Senpukyaku. And I'm definitely saying it wrong even now, but I remember because there's moments where they're like Hadouken, and we would say like some kind of Street Fighter-y terms, and I remember bringing it up. Like, that's kind of Street Fighter-y. That's cool.
Yeah, I think the move you're talking about, it might be pronounced slightly differently from. So the Street Fighter move I know is Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku, but in the games, because they're speaking in Japanese, it's really like Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku, or something like that. But I think for Zero, it's slightly different, so I can understand like where the difficulty might. I mean, I always thought you did a great job.
Well,
like,
because
the one I remember the most, because I think I used it the most, is Raikosen, which is like a dash move.
I remember that. Yeah,
I love when you say Raikosen. That was really cool. That was one of my favorites. Because it's like he does like a stance, and then he like dashes forward while he's invisible, and then when he pops back into like visibility, like lightning strikes along his path, and it's just really cool. He's like Raikosen. It's like really cool.
They did a good job with those. I think in that session, the client was in with us, and they were the ones feeding me pronunciation. So I would do my best, and then they would like I'm Tatsuro Maki Senpu Kyaku. They hammered home, and they're like, no, Pukyaku, and I remember I couldn't really do it. I only have vague memories of that now, though, but I remember that one was hard. But with the other ones, they would just feed you the pronunciation, and then you do it like 3 times, like no, like this, and you do it 3 more times, and then they just take one of those that they like, and then they're like, that's the one. You did it properly there. Good job. You know,
part of it I think is because so like Tatsumaki is like hurricane or whirlwind or something, but like the way that they say it, because Japanese, I don't know what the word is for this. They kind of squish it down into like fewer syllables, because like the end sound of one consonant or one syllable leads into the next one naturally if you just say them. So it's not Tatsumaki, it's Tatsumaki, because the going from the to the M in Tatsumaki is Tatsumaki, like just Tatsumaki, like Tatsumaki. That.
Yeah.
So they kind of give you, I guess, the phonetic way of saying it, because honestly, if you were to stick those words in front of people, I don't know if they'd be able to decipher it. So that makes sense. I thought you did great, though. I think all the words that you did, all the moves, were really awesome. So
it was
fun.
Remember,
I think you did tell me that the Tatsumaki or whatever the one, because I don't know what it is in the game. I know it's slightly different.
Yeah.
You did really good with all those. So yeah. What is your favorite thing about voice acting?
Ooh.
Like what aspects of the job do you enjoy the most, outside of like how it makes you feel towards fans? Like I'm talking specifically, like I guess about the actual physical aspect of the job. Like what is your favorite thing?
I think, wow, it's such an interesting question. I think standing in the booth and kind of creating a character, it's an imaginative experience. And I think my favorite thing about it was just getting kind of transported away. Like, if you're watching the screen, you have the timing down, your eyes can kind of glaze over, and you're kind of just actually living in that scene. I think that was one of the things about acting that I didn't realize for a long time, is that I enjoy acting, but what I would enjoy more is if these stories were actually real. I want to live in a world just for Reploids.
No, it's only a fantasy.
It's just a fantasy.
Sounds like Maverick talk to me.
But I mean it. Like, I want to live in these science fiction worlds. I wish that they were real. I wish that these friends that I had in the show were my friends. I wish that, like, I remember it was really strong. I first started to kind of figure it out when I was watching shows like Firefly. Like, I feel like these characters in Firefly are my friends. I felt like the characters in Final Fantasy VII were my friends. Like, they were real for me. And in the same way, when you're acting in the booth and you're doing the scene, it's kind of this like fallow ground, because I'm not even just playing it. I'm one step closer. I'm actually kind of living it, as opposed to just experiencing it. I'm living a snapshot of it. And I wish that I could really, I mean, if anyone here that I'm talking to or that is listening could actually transport themselves into their favorite anime universe or their favorite video game universe or whatever, I think I'd do it. I want to live in those things. So I think generally,
I think that for real, that's like,
I
think that's a thing that a lot of people like to imagine too. Like, I feel like that's why there's so many people, especially on the internet, who say like they want to become a voice actor or they want to become an animator or something like that. They want to make these things because I think they do speak to people on a deep level. And like, yeah, like you said, you want to jump into those worlds.
Yeah.
And I feel like voice acting, I don't know. Again, I'm not a professional voice actor anyway, but I feel like that's the way to do it that appears the most accessible to people.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why there's so many people who are like, I'm an aspiring voice actor, because they want to be in these worlds that they see. They want to become part of it. Because when you watch, when I see Zero teleport down, and he's like, all right, it's my turn, like that's, you're watching a character in a world and you're experiencing it. And it's like you, Lucas Gilbertson, is now part of that world forever.
Yeah.
You're in this thing and you're part of everyone else's experience too. And so I think so many people, like when I was a kid, that's what I wanted to do. I'm like, I want to make Mega Man games, when I grow up. That's what I want to do, because I want to be part of that process and work with all the people who put these things together. I mean, that's kind of like, I do this, I'm trying to be a game developer myself outside of YouTube. This is not really...
I didn't know that. Did you tell me? I didn't know that. Okay,
I might have mentioned it. I haven't told you much about it.
I think the first
I'm a little. I don't know. I'm a little embarrassed.
You mentioned that you were going to work on a game, and then I think it was Far Cry or one of those games came out, and you were like, "Oh no, my idea has been done now." That you said that.
Yeah,
you said you did some
like that. I have 2 games. This is not about me, so I'm trying to. I'll brush over this quickly, but I have 2 games that I have in mind. One of them is what I would consider my Mega Man, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And the other one is another game that I'm really passionate about, that I want to work on. But I've been having a lot of difficulties. But that's like a whole different story for another time.
Yeah.
But it was looking at Mega Man and wanting to be part of that world and wanting to work on it. I think I had this epiphany when I was like 9, where I was just like, I beat Mega Man X1, or I got to the end of X1, but I couldn't beat it. Sigma was just too hard for me. And I'm like, man, I just wish there was like more levels, because I don't want the story to end. Like, if I beat it, that's the end. So I was like, man, I wish I could like make my own Mega Man games. I make more stages or something. That'd be so cool if I could find a way to do that. And then I was like, well, wait a minute. Someone had to make this game that I'm playing, right? So that means like that's someone's job. So someone got paid to do this. Making video games could be my job. And like since I was 9, that's what I wanted to do. Life throws its curveballs at you. Like I said, I'm on my journey right now.
Of course.
And so, this channel, it has been a great boon to me. It's been like a really great confidence boost, and also it's very cathartic. But I do still want to do game design and things like that, because like you said, same way that when you voice act, you're put into those worlds. I kind of want to create those worlds, because I want to make the worlds that I would want to be part of.
Exactly. No, I resonate with that so much. Like growing up, I would play the few video games I could get my hands on. And then because I wanted to inhabit that world more, I would just write down my own stories. So like I played the Monkey Island games.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
I have a funny story about that when you're done.
Well, and it was so gratifying to be like, well, the Monkey Island games, I'm done, but I can make my own story, my own scenario, my own puzzles. And then I'd play Twisted Metal. And I remember developing a little like Twisted Metal derivative game in my head that I'd write down to my little Duotang notebook.
Twisted Metal was awesome.
Yeah, it was a dope game. It changed everything, because then I was like, well, what if you had Twisted Metal, but you could get out of the car and do missions and talk to people? And like I blew my own mind with that idea, right? And then of course, like years later, of course that's been done. It's Grand Theft Auto basically, and and then Soul Blade. I remember playing the original Soul Blade before it even became Soul Calibur. I played Soul Blade, and that game became one of the most important things to me. I would play, I 110%ed that game in a way that I haven't 110%ed many things, right? That was my game. I got every secret outfit for Sophatia, and I got like all of the secret characters, learned all their movesets and everything like that. And then I would write my own stages, and I'd write down their new move sets, and I'd write down what happened if you like hit successive sequences of attacks. Like the background, the waves would splash higher. Like I got deep, man. And
that's like the coolest thing, because like that's how I felt basically.
Yeah,
I wanted to.
You want to live in it.
Yeah, and I remember man, how young was I? I was really little. Like 9 is what I wanted to be. Like I realized like that could be my job. But I think even before that, I remember I was at my grandmother's house. This is really, I'm rattling around some dusty memories
Yeah.
back there. I was sitting on the floor next to her coffee table, and I had like a I don't know, like a notepad or something, and I drew like a world map or something. I didn't know that's what it was called, but I basically drew, and in my mind I was thinking, so you start here and then go do this, and
Yeah.
and she was like, "What are you making?" And I was like, I said something like, "This is if I said something like if this was a video game, this is what you would do to play through it." And I
Yeah.
like explained it to her.
Yeah.
And so like even as early as back then, you know, you have that imagination and you want to be part of those worlds that you're picturing in your head. And so I have a lot of admiration for the people who actually get to make that real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So everyone who's trying to do that right now and everyone who wants to do that, you have my full support, because everyone needs, or I should say everyone deserves that catharsis.
Exactly. Like there's something really healthy about exercising your imagination and your creative capability and making those beautiful worlds that you always thought were just dreams, right?
Even if it's just like a fan fiction
Yeah.
or something, if you guys are making a fan fiction about Mega, some other thing that you like,
Yeah.
that stuff is healthy. It's so important to kind of like that part of your brain.
Yeah, it has
know,
value.
if you
Express yourself. Yeah,
write
absolutely.
stories and stuff. There's a YouTuber that I watch called Shadiversity. He does like all sorts of stuff about like medieval weapons and armor and things like that. I had no idea about this, but apparently it's always been his dream to like write a book. And even though I was like a recent subscriber to him, going back only like, I don't know, a couple of months, finding out that he finally got his first book published, that felt good for me. Like,
Yeah.
wow, this guy had a dream come true.
Yeah.
Here is his book on his shelf in his hands, the thing that he worked on for years and was building up towards. And there's even like an audiobook version of it on like Audible. I'm not trying to, I'm not sponsored by him, by the way. I'm just happy that someone, you know, was able to get that catharsis of, you know, here's this world in my head, or here's, you know, inspired off of things that they've played or seen, and making it somewhat real and being able to do that. So that's super
It's so
cool.
cool.
And, yeah, and exactly. And so I can absolutely resonate with what you're saying about, like, you know, you're getting into the character, you're becoming part of that world. That is like the coolest feeling in the world.
Right?
Like,
It's everything.
That's really cool. You're getting to do what a lot of people only get to dream about doing, and it's awesome to see you become part of those worlds, and also for people like every time I play that game, like you're part of that world now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's cool to kind of get absorbed into it. And so to go one step further and be in a game or be in a series or something like that, I can absolutely see like why so many people want to flock to voice acting or some other part of the creative process.
And I think if there's anyone listening that kind of wants to get into it, because you kind of talked about it with voice acting, people really, really want to do it themselves. They want to be involved. And there's always a really common thing. They're like, well, how do I get into it? How do I do voice acting myself? And it's challenging because there's not a lot of easy ways to answer that. Like it sounds really cheap if I'm like, well, if you want to be a voice actor, you need to take acting classes, then you need to go somewhere where there's work. And then you gotta get an agent. That's all there is to it. Acting classes, move to a different city and get work. Right. That is not easy. Like 2 of those pieces, moving cities is hard, man. And getting work, getting an agent, it takes a lot of grind, but that's what you do. That's really all there is to it. So people looking for a different path to success with that, it's like, well, there are many other paths that also work. You could make a demo. You could send people emails online. You could do indie projects. There's a lot of different things you can do. And each way has its pros and cons, you know? So I think the important thing to circle back to is that if you have a dream and you have something creative you want to do, and you know that that's something you want to do, at least for now, then follow it. There's nothing wrong with that. I think people have to be honest with themselves about how much work it's going to take and how much work they're willing to do. But beyond that, you know, go for it. I think even for myself, one interesting thing I want to point out, if people are like, oh, it's so great that you did the voice of Zero in this really big in Mega Man X, and that's amazing. it's like at the end of the day, though, as a human, as like an emotional individual, it's still, you need more. And every dream that you finish, you're going to have a new dream, you know? So it's not like the end goal is just to do voice acting in one show once. You kind of always need something else. And that's where I think in the earlier parts of this interview, we talked about like the need for validation, the need to be working hard, perfectionism. That's where it kind of caught me, was because just doing zero once, well, then you wake up the next day after it's over and you're like, well, I got to do it again. But how, you know?
Right.
And so
What's
for
next?
exactly, you always need something to be next. And so for anyone chasing a dream, I think in a way that can bring you a little bit of comfort, because you're allowed to chase a dream. And even if you don't have it yet, you might. And then even once you do, you're going to find something new. So if this dream doesn't pan out right now, today, well, it's okay if it takes an extra 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. You can work on other dreams in the meantime, because you're going to want those no matter what. So you can develop multiple interests. You can be a voice actor. You can be a writer. You can be anything, you know, as long as you're willing to put in the work, and as long as you're kind, and as long as you're not kind of cloistering yourself off to only one thing. The big thing, before I wrap up this thought, the big thing that I see people do is oftentimes they want to be a voice actor because they want to voice act in a specific show, and oftentimes as a specific character. And that's really hard. It's like me being like, I became an actor so that I could be Luke Skywalker in Star Wars 10. It's like, well, that's hard. I mean, you might be, sure, there's a shot, but I don't know, man. You know,
Mark Hamill, I think, has that on lockdown.
Yeah.
He's gonna keep doing this.
You know, so if you have a really specific goal and be like, I want to be a voice actor because I need to be in Dragon Ball, I'd be like, well, I mean, then you got to move where that studio is. You got to make that, you got to pursue that goal, you know? And it's not that it's not possible. It's that there might be, you can pursue multiple things and you can work towards that. But I wouldn't close myself off that much and be that specific. I'd be like, if you love voice acting, you should love voice acting. You shouldn't want to voice act because you deeply want to be one character in one show. I think you should make your own content then and put it on YouTube, make something. You can do that today, you know?
Right.
If that's what you want, you can do that today. You don't have to wait. And I think sometimes people need to hear that, because I think they get confused about what it is that they want. Do they want to be that character, or do they want to act? And if you want to be that character, you should just do it now. You know, you should cosplay, you should make an animation and put your voice in it. You can do that right today. So your dreams don't have to be memes, guys. You know, you can make your dreams real.
Sometimes maybe your dream is to be in a meme.
Exactly.
Out too.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Just to touch on that really quickly, if I could. This is sort of similar, but as I mentioned before, Bonus Level is an artist. And one thing that I think is amazingly impressive to her is that she's also an animator. And in animation, it's really valuable to have a large variety of styles. And so I feel that in the art, and this is kind of getting into a topic of discussion, not really in the scope of this interview, but
that's okay. Like everything's in the scope.
Everything's in the scope.
Yeah.
In the art community, I feel that a lot of times people are like, you know, it's okay, you know, have your own style and only do your style or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that's cool and all. But it's kind of like what you said. If you want to draw this style, that's all you're going to do. And so it's like, if you want to make your own comic in that style, by all means, go right ahead. If you want to make a cartoon in that style, by all means, go right ahead. Do that. But you're not going to, I don't feel like you're going to catch the attention of the people to make your dream of being like a cartoonist or an animator, or professional animator, I should say. You're not going to catch their attention only doing your thing. You know, if you like you said, if you want to voice a specific character from a show, that's something you can make happen right now. But you should have broader views. Like, Bonus is an artist because she loves drawing, not drawing Megan. She has a very large repertoire of styles and characters and franchises that, you know, she does art for. And I think that's what's made her such a powerful artist, in that she's not locking herself down to one particular niche. I mean, Mega Man might be her favorite, so that's fine. You can still have a favorite. But yeah, I think people should be more broad. And getting more to the point of that, like how you said, like, follow your dreams and do these things. I spoke to someone not that long ago who basically said that they were having some, long story, extremely short, they were having some self-worth problems where they were not feeling so confident in themselves. And they're like, in a short version is like, well, I want to be a YouTuber. And I'm like, well, why do you want to be a YouTuber? And they're like, well, I just really want to make, good content. I want to be like an inspiration for people. And I'm like, well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Like, you want to be a YouTuber, you want to be an inspiration to people, but what kind of YouTube content are you going to make? And they're like, I don't know what I'm going to do. And I'm like, well, you should have a better idea, I think, of what you want to do as a YouTuber before you go and say, I want to do this. This is what I'm locking myself into as my dream. My dream is to be a YouTuber. And I'm like, but what is your content going to be? What are you going to do? And I said, maybe the thing that you're destined to do, or the thing that you're going to be really amazing at, isn't being a YouTuber. Maybe it's something else. But you don't know. You have to try a variety of things. You shouldn't lock yourself into. You shouldn't lock your self-worth or synchronize your self-worth with how good of a YouTuber am I if you're not. Maybe you're not a good YouTuber. Maybe you have like a really crummy voice or something, or you can't read scripts very well. You can't write scripts. Maybe you can't do any video editing. Maybe you can't do any of the things
right now.
Huh?
I feel like I'm getting some jabs right
now.
No.
This is John. This is not an attack on you. You're a fantastic guy, really. No, but my point is, like, maybe you don't have any of the skills necessary to do the thing that you've already set your mind to.
Yeah.
And so you should broaden your horizons. Like, I see people all the time on like American Idol and X Factor and stuff who go into these shows like, I am going to be the greatest singer the world has ever seen, and then they couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. You know what I mean? And it's no offense against them, but like when they get turned down, it's like their whole world has been like, destroyed. They act as though like, I have no self-worth. I'm a worthless human being. And it's like, no, you're not a worthless human being. You just can't sing. And like, there's nothing wrong with that. You have other strengths and other talents. Like, there's some people that go on that show who are really great dancers, and it's like, you might not be able to sing very well, but man, you can sure, cut a rug. Maybe you should explore that and not tie your value to the one thing you've set your mind on. Like, go and explore other things. And I said to him, I go, let's say you don't know what you're good at. Let's say it takes you like 60 years to figure out what you're good at. Is that time wasted before you got to the thing that you were good at? Let's say you try like, skydiving, rock climbing, scuba diving, painting, composing music, playing music, all these different things, that you've tried in your search for finding out whether or not that's the thing that you're good at. Was your life wasted, or did you just fill it with all these amazing experiences anyway?
Yeah.
All of those experiences have value. You got to do things that not many people got to do in your search, for the, it's all about looking for,
I absolutely agree with that. Like, I want to say, I did what a lot of people want to do. They want to be a voice actor. I'd done it, and I did what a lot of other people want to do. They want to get on the radio, and I'd done it. And at the end of the day, it didn't work. It didn't make me happy. There was another missing component, and that, it filled certain aspects of what I needed, and I wouldn't trade them for the world, but there's missing components that you can't just hang your hat on these things and be like, I will be a success, or I will be happy when I achieve these dreams. It's like, well, that's a piece. It's a part of the puzzle. You have to have a lot of other stuff in place. And if you set your goal and you're like, I'm not a success until I've achieved being a YouTuber or whatever, it's like, wow, it's a long wait for a train that might not show up. I think you should consider being happy and content with yourself first, and then consider that the good things that you're going to do are going to grow out of that. If you're well as who you are, then being healthy and trying new experiences, like you said, that's just going to inform, like your wife. I always forget her name. And a bonus level.
It's okay. We'll just call her bonus level.
Bonus level. So good old bonus. The work that she does on all of these other areas, that increases her capability to work on Mega Man stuff as well, right? It's not lost work. There's no lost work. So I think it's so important. People get so caught up in being this one thing that they might not see that there's a lot of other stuff that might make them very happy. And At the end of the day, life is a journey, not a destination. We know that little kind of platitude. Like it's about the journey. It's not where you go or what you get. So being so specific, like I want to be a YouTuber because I want to inspire people. It's like what I would take away from that is that you love people. You have a deep love of other people. You're very empathetic. I think I would focus on inspiring others. And then you can do that today. You don't have to wait until you have 1 million subscribers on YouTube. You can go inspire someone today. You know, go outside today and help a little old lady with her groceries, and you've done it, right?
Yeah.
So if you start there and then be like, well, how do I turn that into something more? I don't know. You'll figure it out. But being an inspiration and loving other people is something that's very easily accessible. Having 1 million subscribers on YouTube and being a quote unquote YouTuber, it takes time. It takes a lot of time, and it's hard, right? Yeah.
And you know, in that vein, like I've had people come up to me and tell me like in DMs and stuff, they're like, you know, like your videos are really awesome. They really make me happy every day. And, you know, like this, that, you know, and that feels fantastic to me. And I mean, no offense when I say this, but that's not what I made these videos for. I made these videos because I love to just talk about Mega Man a lot.
Yeah.
And so just by doing what you love, those kind of moments will just kind of come on their own.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
You don't have to, don't make that your goal. My goal was not to, you know, my goal in making my videos was not to inspire someone into liking Mega Man. I mean, maybe like partially in the back of my head. My goal was to get rid of all the misinformation in the fandom. That was my goal, is to tell people, you know, that E-crystals in Mega Man Zero are actually the refractors in Mega Man Legends. They're just like, it was really a much more shallow goal in mind.
Yeah, but it was specific. Yeah.
It was just, you know, I just wanted to do videos for fun. And I was more open to the possibilities instead of narrowing down and being like, this is what I want to do because I want to inspire. No, it's just people will kind of congregate around you if you just let yourself be a good person naturally. Don't set out to be a good person. I mean, obviously be a good person, but you know what I'm saying. Don't try, just do it, and then people will surround you because you're naturally a good person on your own. You'll be your inspiration by being good. Like, let's say you just try art. You know, you're not becoming an artist or a painter or something because you're like, I want to inspire people with my paintings. No, you're doing it because it's fun, and then become really good at it, and then people are going to look at your art and be like, wow, you're an artist that inspires me. You didn't, you know.
You gotta.
I guess that's what I'm saying.
You gotta love the work. You have to love the actual work, and then everything else. It's like people being like, I want to be a celebrity because I want to be famous. It's like, well, you can't. Aside from very few things, you can't really choose that. Celebrity and fame and money, those are a byproduct. That's like the nuclear waste of doing something that you love and being successful, right? Those things are they happen on their own, and it has nothing to do, you know, with anything else. And sometimes, like, of course, people are like, oh, you can manufacture. Of course, there are other paths to those things as well. It's just an example. But if you love the work itself,
there's a quick and easy way. But
and I think that's what you're talking about with your YouTube channel. You had a topic that you were passionate about, and that was what it was about. You wanted to interact with this topic, and then that's what people respond to. It's not that you had a vague impression that you want to, I don't know, inspire people like it. But I don't want to harp on someone who wants to inspire others. That's amazing, of course. But it's just that it needs to be like, do you love YouTube? And more specifically than that, the thing that you're doing on YouTube, do you love that? And maybe your YouTube channel is helping little old ladies across the street, and that's all it is. And if you love helping little old ladies cross the street, then there you go. But you have to love what it is that you're doing.
Yeah, like if I changed topics and I was doing like a channel on anything, I love video editing. I love going through the process. It's the work that I enjoy, and everything else that comes around it, like you said, is a byproduct.
Yeah,
you know, and so I think that's, you know, that's what you gotta do.
Well, along those lines, you mentioned, I'm going to throw back to earlier. You mentioned you have this idea for your Mega Man game, and I'm so stoked on stuff like that. I want to like. What engine? Unity, Game Maker? What are you using?
Okay, so I have two projects. One of them basically has an indefinite put on it right now because I realized that what I want out of it, I need a lot more experience first before I really know what I'm doing to get it, because it's not a product I would want to throw together haphazardly.
Yeah.
I need it to work. So I figure, okay, I need to make it at least one game first before I can jump into that one, because I want to learn all the tricks first, and then I'll know how to make that one an even better product. Because it's not a thing I want to half-ass, you know. But the one that I am working on is one where I feel it's safe enough where I can kind of get my sea legs and figure it out. And both games I believe we're using Unity. Some of the hurdles that I've been working with is that I can model like it's no one's business and I can animate like it's no one's business, but there's a midway point where you have to rig your models. And that is the part that I struggle with, partially because I had been working with Maya for a really long time. And I was running into so many issues with Maya, that like data loss and setbacks and just files going corrupt and just really weird, like just throwing my work into a Blender, which is ironic because now I've switched to Blender. Now I work with Blender, and it's much easier. But you know,
rigging.
So that has been some like what's the word I'm looking for? That has been some like on topic issues that I've been working with. But then outside of that, I have like real life things that I've been working through.
Of course.
You know, that have been making it difficult. I wanted to do this like, I don't know, when I was like 25. I've been trying to do that. I'm 30 now. Yes, I'm an old man, everyone. Sorry to disappoint you.
I'm older than you. I'm 33. I'm turning 33, I think. Yeah.
We'll round down.
We're both old men.
But I wanted to do this when I was like 23, 25, something like that. And just, you know, real life kind of gets in the way sometimes, you know. Life is what happens. What is the word? How's that quote go? Life's what happens between your plans, or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Something to that effect. And you know, I won't get into it here. Again, it's not really the topic of discussion for this, but you know, I've had some difficulties in my life, emotionally, financially, and currently the one that I'm dealing with is financial and also where I'm located. I'm not living where I am by choice. So it's just a series of unfortunate events kind of led to things being the way they are. And I want to turn them around, but you know, I have to take care of other things first. And so that's why I know a lot of you guys used to watch my streams when I was modeling and stuff. That's why a lot of that's been put on pause. I'll talk about that some other time. If anyone wants to DM me or something, I'll explain to you my long sob story. But game design is something I am still very passionate about. And it just hurts that I have to put it on hold for so long because of other extenuating circumstances kind of preventing it. You know what I mean? So that's why what I try to do is, if I see anyone else trying to do game design, I will hoist that person above my head and stick them on a pedestal any way I can. I think aspiring game designers are really awesome. That's what I tried doing with my wife bonus level, is that she wasn't really getting a lot of support with her art, and I was like, well, I might not be able to make my game work out right now. But I know that with just a little bit of support from me, I can try to help, you know, stick her up on this mountaintop and be like, look at this person, look at how talented they are. I want to help them out in any way that I can, you know, and yeah, so that's kind of what I try to do. I feel like I made a weird left turn after your question.
No, but it's because like, okay, because I just so many different things, and this will be the weird moment where we all start talking about rigging in Blender. But like, okay, okay, because I use Blender as well, and I have a couple different things. The rigging issue for either bipeds or quadrupeds is a big thing because you have to rig it in such a way that Unity or Unreal understands and can interact with appropriately. So what I found, there's a $40 program called Auto Rigger, and it was a lifesaver for that thing, and it works perfectly. $40, and you basically you tell it where it's basically like Mixamo almost, but better, and you just tell the
Greek to me, but I'll keep it in mind.
Pardon me?
I said I've never heard of Mixamo. So
okay, well,
you're speaking Greek to me, but I'll keep it in mind.
I'll send you a couple things. I'll send you some messages, and we can talk more about this later. But the point is that I'm so into it. You know, like I've always wanted to make games myself. Now we're working on our own game. I've made a couple little platformers, and then I kind of like just left them because platformers now are very There's a lot of competition there. And so I was like,
That's
well,
also my Mega Man quote is a thing that kind of shelved because there's a lot of competition out there, and on top of not being at the skill level I want to be at to make it happen,
yeah.
I feel like even if I did put it out, there would be so much competition basically to snuff it out that I'd rather wait a little bit and see.
But then it's cool because like if you're working with bonus level, we know that her art is insane. Twitch was showing me some stuff, of her art just looking perfect, like note for note, like the reference material. Like anyway, you'll show like there's a 0 thing for a shout out for the subscribe for the channel. Looks perfect. For 21. Oh shoot, 20XX. Wait, that there's a game.
The game so to clarify, Sean's tabletop game is 21XX.
That's what it is.
20XX is a indie developed Mega Man style co-op platformer roguelike. Wow, that's a mouthful.
So I don't know. I feel like there's a world where, for me, also what happened is that I realized that the story that I wanted to tell, it was harder to tell in 2D, and then there weren't a lot of complex things that made it hard to do in 3D. So doing it in 3D was actually easier.
Lucas is developing a game. I don't know how we did.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that later.
It was one of the questions I was initially having on mind, so we're kind of translating into like my interview questions.
We're segueing.
I'm at like the end of mine, so this would be perfect. A great segue to get into that.
Well, because in terms of talking about like people's dreams and where they're going, like the issue with me is that voice acting in other people's projects was always really limiting because I can't choose when I get cast. The work comes when the work comes. And it's hard to make a living in this city doing that. Like it's challenging. You have to have other jobs. And so,
that's part of my issue too, is like a lot of people are like, oh, why don't you do this more often? Why don't you do that more? I'm like, I have a regular job.
I gotta pay money. I could pay rent.
My YouTube channel, at the time of this upload, whenever this goes up, I only had just been monetized. I had never monetized my videos before because I just thought it was pointless. But then once I saw my sub count, I'm like, well, maybe there might be something in this, but I'm not like banking on it as a job.
It's worth it to start. Yeah,
YouTube at this point is not my job. It is not my full-time job. I wish that it was, because I would do this every single day. And then on top of doing this, I would spend every single day working on my game. And part of the problem with why I haven't been able to do that, like I said, on top of all the extenuating life circumstances, is it's really difficult. You have to work a regular job to keep a roof over your head. It's like, well, do I spend a week modeling and rigging a character and getting them all done? Or do I work a 40-hour work week just so I can pay my bills and keep a roof over my head? It's like, it's really hard.
Right.
I envy the people who, I always say this, I should have never went to college, stayed home, learned whatever I needed off of YouTube, and just developed my games at home. Instead, I went to college because I thought that was the right thing to do. Now I've got a mountain of debt and a really expensive piece of toilet paper with my name embroidered on it. And that's about it. And so now I'm kind of, I'm out in the real world and I don't have the time or luxury to do the things that I really, really want to do. So that's why I'm really enjoying this YouTube channel, because it's a little taste of doing what I want. This is part of the process of what I really want to do. So I feel like I'm getting there. Like it's within reach again by doing this channel. But I'm not quite at that point where I can finally drop the monotony of retail and IT work and all. I work in IT, but all these other things. I long for the day where I can put those away and work on what I want.
I think that's another important thing to drive home for people who are working towards their own dreams, is that there's a logistical challenge, and I think taking care of the logistics is probably the most important part. Like we here in my little recording studio, we take contract work to pay the bills, but our goal isn't to do contract work. Our goal is to produce our own content, make our own games, make our own animations, because then we can get to do holistically what we truly love, which is just tell stories, live in worlds, create worlds for us to inhabit primarily, and then other people to inhabit if they enjoy it. Exactly. And what it's a lot of hard work creating the situation. Like the hardest part of this, the work, designing a game, making animations, that stuff is extremely challenging. What is way harder is setting up a little company that can provide enough income so that we can make those games and do what we're doing. And it takes two of us. I read a quote the other day that life is a doubles game. And I think it's really true. I would not be able to do this at all without Caroline. and she would not be able to do this at all without me. It actually takes two people. So when you're talking about chasing your dreams, I think
song go, it takes two to make a thing go right.
Yeah.
It does.
Now I'm singing Spice Girls, like when to become one. I need some loving like I never needed love. Okay, but anyway, but the point is that
we can make it if we try.
oh wow, bring it home.
Oh yeah, Sean.
The two of us.
Making castles in the sky. Yeah.
Just the two of us.
That's it. We're gonna have an album.
You will
Oh man.
So I think it's true is that some people, I wouldn't be able to do this without my other half, right? And that's what it takes really to chase the dream, to do what we need to do. It takes two people, two incomes split into one, fielding the bills, getting contracts, to angle towards the future that we want and the life that we want to have. So
exactly.
It's not just about choosing to be a YouTuber or choosing to be a voice actor or choosing to be a game developer. It's like you have to really engineer your life to get the type of life that you want. And it's not easy, and it takes time, man. It just takes a lot of time.
Like,
but,
if I could just interject for just a moment.
Yeah.
This is very much kind of what happened with Bonus. Is like when I first met her, she was not making nearly as much money as she is now. And she basically spent every single day doing commissions for other people. Not that there's anything wrong with taking commission work, but that's not really what she wanted to do. And at first it was like, well, I'm making decent money doing commissions. I love this. And I remember there was a transitionary period where she would tell me, she's like, I hate doing this. She would like not pick up her stylus and draw anything for like days because she's like, I hate drawing. Like commission work has made me hate drawing because I never get to draw the things that I want. Yeah. And so, you know, like this is why I say I will always take aspiring people. If you're making a game or you're doing something, I will absolutely signal boost you and push you up as high as I can, because I did that for Bonus. And now she has a Patreon, and all of you amazing supporters out there who help us, you're helping not only us to live, like you're helping pay bills for us and stuff so that we can continue giving you content that you like, but she's finally getting to like do things that she wants, and drawing is no longer a miserable process because she's not slogging through it. You know what I mean? It is a bit of engineering, like you said. You kind of have to. It's a logistics problem. Yeah. She could absolutely stop taking commissions and draw whatever she wants, but what does that matter unless you have that little bit of a push? Yeah. Sometimes you just need another person to kind of help get you there. And this doesn't necessarily, I mean, like in me and Lucas's situations, you know, there are significant others, so I'm not saying you need to like get engaged or something for this to work. Sometimes it just takes a best friend or something.
Yeah,
you know,
a team.
Who can you know, like I can't remember his name. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger and the other guy. You know, when they do the manly handshake, you just need to get someone to do that with. You know, flex your biceps together. And like make it work, you know.
Flex your biceps together.
find your bicep buddy.
Yeah, bicep buddies.
Yeah,
bicep buddies.
Yeah.
And you can do it too. It's possible, but if you can't make it on your own, don't be discouraged. Yeah, it's really hard.
Oh, it's hard.
Somebody totally helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely helps having some assistance. So that was my aside. I'm sorry for taking that away from you, Lucas.
No, that's the point. We're all trying to do a thing, and I think now we're all bicep buddies, right?
Yeah, we're like I was gonna say like we're triceps because we're three of us, but that's like not your biceps.
No, it works. We're triceratops buddies.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
dinosaur. Just saying.
Yeah, we'll make a logo.
I'll get us some temporary tattoos. It's gonna be awesome.
Yes. I don't know. I think I'm always it's really hard to find people to collaborate with. That's one thing that I've noticed, especially really recently. Like I'm actually having a lot of trouble with one specific contract because, and I won't be too specific about it, but the issue is that I feel like they don't understand a lot of the contracts that they were already given, and now they're painting a really weird picture in their heads about what the situation is. And for me, I'm like, oh man, I just don't want to have collaborators like this. So I've been in this zone where I've been like, I want to kind of reduce who I'm collaborating with, because it's really hard to find quality people that are on the same wavelength, like that you can really communicate with. It's not easy.
Yeah.
And that's why for both of us, and I'm assuming for Sean, you're married. Sean, are you married?
I am engaged.
You're engaged. I thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even for all three of us, like our partner.
Autumn and I have been engaged for about 2 years.
Well, okay. Well, I've been that you're mare gauged, or you're whatever.
Basically, at the
Yeah.
that point,
It's basically official.
Yeah.
Basically, until we can financially get us to the point where we can do the whole marriage.
Oh
thing
my goodness.
where-
That's another topic. How expensive weddings are. Oh. Okay. Well, we'll
God
we'll
damn
get
it,
to that
yeah.
one.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Because Caroline and I are having to deal with that as well. And we're like, we want to spend like $300 on a wedding, but like, I'm like, how do you do that? Anyway, but the point is that finding really good collaborators is another part of that logistical problem that I think when you're really searching out your dreams, you underestimate how difficult it is to find true collaborators. I tell Caroline and I talk about this all the time. In my life, I have basically found one collaborator that I really work well with, and it's Caroline, you know? And that's in a lot of years of trying and trying and trying. Be like, what's wrong with me? Why don't people want to work with me? Like, what am I doing wrong? And then people work with you for a little bit, and then it kind of falls apart. And it's like, it's hard, man. It's really hard to find good collaborators that you mesh with, that your goals align, and then things are really positive as opposed to negative experiences. So if people are searching out, I love that this became about chasing your dreams, but that's really what it is.
I mean, that was your message going in, is positivity, and I think that is a super important thing that everyone should hear. I know this was, I feel expecting this to just, be like, so what was it like being Zero?
Yeah. Well, but that's the thing is,
there's so much more than that, though.
This is what it was like being Zero. And because people forget, to throw it back to earlier in the conversation, that people forget that there's an actual human involved in that, right? They're like, what they're expecting.
You're not just a mouthpiece. You're not like a recording of lines and dialogue.
Exactly.
You're a person with experiences, and all of this goes into what you're doing.
Exactly. 100%. What it was like being Zero was me grappling with who I was, and then learning to be confident, but then learning I had to change, and then learning that I wanted to inspire people like like a YouTuber does. I wanted to bring joy. And then that was also the community, but then wanting to interact with the community and bring joy. Well, they informed me about what the character should be. And I took that, and then I took their feedback. That's what it's like being an actor. And that's what it's like being Zero, is that it's different. I think what people expect is they're expecting, like, I don't even know. They're expecting, like, what? I grew a long blonde ponytail, and it's like, I don't know what they're expecting from, like, what is it like being Zero? It's like, I don't know, man. The story is actually about, this whole conversation that we're having right now, which, by the way, I think this is like a 3-hour conversation.
It might be. This will be fun to edit, guys.
This is I
will tackle it. It's fine.
You're going to have to release this in like 5 or 10 minute chunks, because this is a beefer doodle. I don't know. So back to the game development thing. It's interesting because Mega Man X is a formative game, and that brought you also into game development. You want to create stories, you want to inhabit those worlds. And then from my perspective, voicing and performative, and then still playing a lot of other games, and I want to live in these worlds. So it's like, I want to work. If you guys have games you want to make, I don't know. I can do voices. I can do a lot of other stuff, but I feel like there's limits to how I can collaborate with people in those regards, but that's always on offer. If you guys want a voice, then I can do that. But
hey, I will absolutely keep you on call. Thank you, man.
We will do it.
I don't know if I'm at that point yet, because I haven't even thought about voices, but I tell you.
Well, that's the thing. Voicing is the last part of the process for a lot of that, but yeah, that's normal.
Yeah.
Like the game that we're working on right now, we will record voices in like a year, 2 years, maybe, right. Other than template stuff for timing purposes and whatever. But yeah. Anyway, wow, 3 hours, and now we're finished.
I feel like I walked into a parallel world where I just found the best support group that ever existed.
Yeah, this is awesome. You guys are great. I love you guys. This is great. I'm having fun.
Thank you, and we love you too. You're a real dude. You're a real bro. You're awesome.
That's what I feel about you guys.
Yeah.
We found our Triceratops.
Amazing people I ever had the experience to meet.
Yeah, it's fun.
I appreciate both of you
I like
my life.
I like that everyone now is going to be listening to the part of the interview where we just bro out for a little bit. Like, you guys are awesome. I love you guys, man.
I love you, man.
We should make a band. Let's all record music.
You play music, so
I do.
So there's that.
Actually, yes. What music do you play? Let's get to that topic.
I could.
What the hell kind of music you play?
Okay, so I'm a multi-instrumentalist, and I play guitar.
Wow, so talented.
I play piano. Primarily, I play piano. I play a bunch of other stuff. So I make like kind of soundscapes, not soundtracks, I should say.
That's interesting.
Ambient tracks.
That's really cool though, because just a quick shout out to my favorite Mega Man band, the Megas. You guys are an awesome band, but also certain tracks you guys have on your albums are just like you paint a picture with sound in a way that I've never heard anyone else do. I don't know who's responsible for those. You guys are amazing. Just keep that up. Like, there's one track, I hate getting off topic. I'm going to shift right back to you. But
it's okay. We'll put the link in the description.
Which is just, it's like ambient wind, and then it's the sound of robotic footsteps approaching, and you can hear the servos in the legs moving, and you can hear the weight, you can hear the gravel beneath Mega Man's feet, you can hear the motors running, and like without seeing anything, they painted this picture of like a robot activating or something. It's like incredible. I don't know how to describe it. It's really an experience. So, Lucas, that's super cool that you do stuff like that. I want to say. Well, I don't know if it's the same, but that's interesting.
I'll take 2 seconds. I have to take off my headphones, so I can't hear you right now. I'll take 2 seconds. I gotta go. I'll go do this. Hopefully this doesn't break anything. And so I still can't hear you if you're talking right now.
Are we traveling across
bits and pieces.
Right? Okay, now I still can't hear you, so I gotta go back to my headphones. I gotta go back. Oh, I gotta put down the microphone. Okay. Okay, now I can hear you. Could you hear that? Did that play?
Maybe about half of that.
Yeah, I'm sure on your end it probably picked up though.
It probably did with the mic here. I don't know. Maybe it overloaded the sensors.
That was really cool. That's incredible, man.
So I play a lot of piano. I taught myself that for years. My mom had a piano in the house, so I would just sit down and mess around, and then yeah. So I do a lot of that. I do make music for our band. But mostly I do it for my own, like in our game, we'll have like a heavy emphasis on just like beautiful soundtracks and experiences and like emotive narrative concepts and stuff like that, and beautiful puzzles. So it's about like just a beautiful work of art that should make people feel really calm and happy after they play it. Right. And we can get more into like the specifics of those dreams later, because I feel like we want to keep this on topic about Mega Man primarily. And then I also feel like if people are interested in that side of things, then I want to talk about it. But I do feel, I kind of brought it up in the beginning, I do feel like a hesitance to share tons about those other sides of what I'm doing, because I honestly, I feel like generally speaking, people don't really care. And then it's okay if people don't like what you do. Like, I don't expect everyone to love piano ballads, but I'm like, well, then I don't really want to, I don't want to talk about it if you don't want to hear it, So I feel like I want to.
At the very least, I want to hear it.
Yeah, well,
absolutely. I want to definitely talk about your other projects. In fact, if I'm being perfectly honest, I mean, being able to talk with you is amazing. But I've been following a lot of the stuff that you work with the Hermit Collective. Like, I was already familiar with the Hat in Time. I'm actually super keen on wanting to be able to get the Ballad Singer, because I've seen content and it's like basically the modern Shadowgate remake I actually wanted.
It's pretty cool.
Evil Ludus looks like a lot of fun from what I've seen. So like I'm all this stuff is right up my alley, and just to hear that you're a part of it, that's just icing on top of the cake for me. So
yeah, like I moved away from doing studio voice acting because I wanted greater agency and greater control over my career and over what I was doing. And now, yeah, we have the Ballad Singer that we recorded voices for. And that game is like 40 hours of dialogue, of just audiobook dialogue.
Need this.
Yeah.
In my life.
So it's me just talking. The Tower of Balinor. You approach with a staff in your hand and then you kill a monster. Like that's basically 20 hours of that.
You talk about how you've never been in D&D, but you've literally been a DM this entire time.
That's basically what that game was. Carol Ann's in that as well. Another amazing actor named Hans, and another brilliant dude named Mike Anthony. We're all in it together. Evolutus is going to be an insane game. So if you're into anime, you're going to love Evolutus. Check it out online. That game is still a ways away. And then Hat in Time, Carol Ann had the fortune to be a part of. Yeah. What else are we working on? We're working on some cool stuff for, actually, I shouldn't mention any of the other ones yet. I'll keep those under wraps. But then there's our own, like the projects that I'm making, our project named Lamp Black. We'll save that for like another specific interview. Maybe we'll do later. Okay. But like, or I don't know, I guess actually here's a quick moment we should talk about. I really have to go pee. And it's 9:38 where I am. So I think it's getting a little bit later for y'all.
10:38 here, and I think 11:38 for Twitch.
So part of me is wondering if we should put a pin in it right here. It seems like a natural kind of break. And then maybe let's just schedule another day.
I wanted to say, what was it like to work with Mark Gatha? And please tell him that we miss him.
Please.
Okay, so...
It's okay. I'm not expecting you to actually have him on speed dial or something. I'm just saying.
Well, but
this is a message for Mark. Someone please send this out to him somewhere.
I have a spiel about Mark Gatha. So okay. So this one, you should title this clip "Mark Gatha is Dead." Just title it that, and everyone will. They'll click on it. Or maybe title it Mark Gatha is not dead. Or maybe title it
Mark Gatha dead?
Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. So what you got to understand is that at a dubbing studio, you sometimes will record your lines with the other actors. Typically, when you're doing dubbing, you're only doing that when you're doing what's called WALA. WALA stands for with all actors. So it's a crowd scene. There's like 1,000 people in a stadium, and you do like 20 passes of 5 people just kind of shouting and saying whatever. And then it sounds like a crowd. They add in some sound effects and whatever. Generally, the main actors don't always do that as much. They might do some. That's generally what the new people to the studio are doing to kind of get their chops up and get used to the business and get used to working. So generally, outside of a few key moments, you record alone. There's no one else there. There's me in the booth alone on a microphone. There's an engineer and maybe a director across the glass. In our case, there's an engineer there, but the director's actually in a different city, so we only hear them over the headset. So there's me in the booth and there's an engineer across the glass in the control room. Now, the only time that you'll see other actors outside of doing WALA is if you see them in the hallway as you're walking to and from your session, or maybe they're sitting in the green room on break, or maybe they're waiting to start their session and you walk in and you take off your coat and you say hi. Those are the only times that you see other actors. Now, if you're doing prelay and different types of cartoons, you might see them. So in a studio that has a lot of projects going on, you might come across people. So with Mark, I've never met him, right? I wouldn't even have known what he looked like if I didn't Google a photo of him. I've never met him.
I actually have never seen him.
I have never seen him in person. Or if I have, I've forgotten, right? Like I never shared the studio with him. I've never met the guy. The only reason that I know anything about him happened when I was involved online and people were like, "Where's Mark? We love Mark. We want to talk to Mark. We love X." And so I asked at the studio, I said to the studio, I was like, what happened with Mark? And in my head, I really wanted to get him to do some redubs with me because I just assumed that he still lived in Calgary. So at the studio, they're like, "Oh, no, actually, he moved away. He's gone." And I actually completely forget what they said. They're like, "He's a pediatrician or an orthopedist in St. John's." And I was like, "Oh, cool." Right. And so then I said to whoever on whatever forum this was on at that time, I was like, "Oh, no, like He's not here anymore. He's a surgeon in St. John's. So fast forward over the years, I start to see this take shape online. I start to see it in the comments. People are like, where's Mark Gatha? And then some random person that I've never spoken to is like, oh, he's actually a surgeon in St. John's. But then it starts to morph in this weird game of telephone. He starts to become like a pediatrician. He starts to become like a different types of doctors in different cities. All of them are kind of Eastern Canada, but
if I could
go ahead.
interject, I heard someone say that he was a proctologist.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came
Yeah, exactly. Like it became a game of telephone. So I got it from the studio. I told literally one person on one post in one forum. And from there, all of a sudden it became common knowledge on the internet in kind of a scary way where I was like, what if Mark didn't want anyone to know? Oh man, like people know now, but now he's a proctologist? Like now he's
yeah,
right? Like now he's a number of things. So imagine being Mark Gatha's family and Googling, I'm going to Google Mark Gatha. What's he up to these days? Oh my God, he's dead. Okay, so we have to rewind. So for years and years, people starting in about, I don't know, whatever, let's say 2006 or something like that, through to about, 2016, 2015, something like that. So for about a decade, I would have people ask me about Mark, and I generally repeated the same thing. I generally was like, oh, he moved away. And I would say a number of times, like, I've actually never met him. I would be very clear about that. But what was interesting is that information never caught on. It never caught on that I'd never met him, that I didn't know him, that
they were like selectively picking up other things.
They would just pick up on like, oh, he's gone and he's a doctor. And so I started to kind of change with it a little bit. I'm kind of a jokey guy. I'm kind of I'm a prankster, right? Like I got
as we've noticed so far.
Yeah. So over the years and years and years, after a while, you kind of get numb to it. It kind of stops being, it's small talk. It's like, how's the weather? Or like, how you doing? Oh, I'm good. People are like, how's Mark Gatha? Be like, I don't know, doctor. I don't know. Right? Like it just became a thing. I had heard that question so many times. I really stopped paying attention to it. Stop. When you see a word so many times, it's a fake word. Like
when you say it
times. It's like, that's not a real word anymore. That's like pizza. Oh, that's a fake word. So
right.
Mark Gatha became just a meme. Like this was just a thing that I was inundated with. And then the infamous, it'll live on in infamy, the Mark Gatha is dead debacle.
Oh, no.
So what happened was, and this took place over months, but what people ended up getting upset about happened very quickly. So all of a sudden, I forget when it was. Let's say it was 2014 or 2015. It'd been a decade of hearing about Mark. And then finally, randomly, on one YouTube video, someone was like, where's Mark? And I said, I was like, oh, you haven't heard. He's dead.
Oh my God.
In the comment. And it was just one comment. And to me, now I'm not defending this because people will literally lynch me. To me, I'm just messing around. I'm just bored. This is one meaningless response. And no one really picks up on most of what I say about Mark, but they pick up on that one thing. I don't know. So it was just a thing that I threw out off the cuff.
Right.
And it was one comment, just one. Fast forward another, let's say 6 months. And I think I said it maybe another time on YouTube. Someone else was like, where's Mark? And I just had my funny hat on. I was like, I'm being funny. I was like, oh no, yeah, well, he passed away. And then fast forward like another 6 months. And all of a sudden someone messaged me on the Facebook fan page we used to have for the Hermit Collective. And this person says like, I heard that Mark Gatha is dead. And I was like, and I have my funny hat on and I'm like,
oh no.
Right. And I'm like, and this is the first time anyone's come to me. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Totally. And they're like, how would you know that?
For sure.
Yeah. And they asked me like, what's your source? And I was like, I don't know. Cause I wasn't like building into the lie. I was like, I don't know. It's just what is. Yeah. Like I was like, I had nothing to say to that. I was like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I heard things, whatever it was that I said.
Yeah. A vague answer.
So then it was after that conversation that all of a sudden, within about a day, it blew up on Twitter. Now it blew up relative to what I'm used to. Blew up. Everyone tweeting about Mark Gatha is dead, and people really upset. People were angry. Like people were not. They were hurt. They were hurting on the inside because this character that they fell in love with that was represented also by this actor that they had a connection with their voice and their performance, they were upset. And I was not prepared for that. I was a little bit like, I was completely blindsided. So I think even then I might have reiterated it like a couple times on Twitter. I actually don't even remember what I did. But then all of a sudden it became clear that this was not a joke and it wasn't going away. And in fact, it was spiraling and getting bigger and getting bigger. And I started to be like, oh no, I need to stop and apologize. And I need to say, I'm sorry, everyone. This is not real. I don't know why. Okay, let's just stop this right now.
Right.
And then of course people got really, really angry. They're like, that is not funny. That is the least funny thing I can ever imagine anyone doing.
Right.
To which I was like, you know what? I'm really sorry. Wow, this happened over so many years and months that to me, the experience was completely different. It was a joke. I hardly even paid attention. And then I also made the joke a number of times and no one cared. And then finally it caught up with me. So
It's like trying to get a lighter to go, and it just finally all of a sudden boom, you get the one flame and it goes off.
I was thinking it's like a steadily rolling snowball. Just it starts really small, and then it continually goes down, and gets worse and worse and worse, and yeah. And
then finally, you have to be like, when do you stop it? Like, at what point do you like take your lumps and be like, actually, guys, like, let's not. This went from being a joke, you know, like you say to your friends, like, I'm gonna kill you, you dummy. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know when I say that, but like there's a style of joking that it was, you know, like
it was said in passing as like not, you don't actually mean it.
Yeah. A very off the cuff thing that was very meaningless, but of course there's no tone in text. There's no joking like, wink, wink. Come on, Gatha's dead. It was more like, oh no, oh my God. What happened, you know, and people were very upset, and I didn't get that fast enough. I didn't get it because to me, of course, I knew what the reality was. It was not the position anyone else had.
Right.
So after all of that, I was like, and people got really upset. And of course, me as a generally empathetic person, other than in that moment being like, oh my God, it's dead, not getting that people would be upset about that. Mm-hmm. It was really upsetting to me. It was super, I was like, oh my God, all these people are mad at me. And I that is the exact opposite of anything that I ever want to do.
Right.
And so on Twitter, I literally, you can set up Twitter to filter certain words. So finally I was like, you know what? At the end of the day, what it really is that I'm completely fatigued answering the same question over and over and over again. And I find it hard to just ignore the question when I see it online. Like at that point, I was just too reachable. So if people ask me something, I would respond, and depending on where they were asking, if it was on YouTube or something like that. And then I was like, you know what? I need to cleanse my Twitter of this. So I blocked all mention of Mark Gatha. So if you mentioned Mark Gatha on YouTube or on Twitter, I just wouldn't even see the tweet. You know, it just wouldn't even appear to me. And in that way, I finally escaped the Mark Gatha thing that I turned into a complete firestorm because I was an idiot. So to anyone listening, I apologize deeply. I apologize deeply for saying that Mark Gatha was dead. He is not dead. He's very much alive. I hope that his family never Googled it. Like, can you imagine Googling, like, I wonder how's my nephew's doing or whatever, and be like, oh no, right? There's repercussions to actions that dummies like me need to understand. And then the finale to this story, the third act, was that at some point way in the future, I don't even really remember when, someone logged in online and started impersonating Mark Gatha.
I was going to ask about this.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about this. I have only heard vague pieces of this.
Oh man.
Part of this shitstorm. I watched a lot of this happen.
This is new for me, and I found some of those tweets, but without the context, I have no idea what's going on.
I have a ton of the tweets saved because I was going to do a response video just to clear up what happened. So I can actually give all of that information to you. I can give you the tweets.
Oh,
I'll double check. Okay.
We're going to reopen this
case. Because this turned into a nightmare. Now, this is a detective case because what happened? I have my opinions about who is behind this. I won't name them because I don't have concrete proof. And so I won't be too specific, but I'll hint around a little bit. So what started happening is I started getting pinged on Twitter. This must have been, actually, I must have blocked mention of Mark Gatha after this, whatever. So I started getting pinged on Twitter, and they're like, yo, there's a guy who is in person. No. Mark Gatha messaged me or whatever, and people were talking about it. I don't even remember how it started. And I go online, and I'm immediately suspicious. Immediately. I'm like, there is no way.
Why would he come out of the blue?
Yeah, not going to happen. Just simply not going to happen. Like, immediately, it's one of those. Okay, so immediately I was like, this is not real. There's no way it's this dude. So I go in and I look at some of the stuff he's saying, and I'm like, this sounds like an internet fan who's up on internet speak. This does not sound like a 45-year-old doctor. This is not. This is a guy who knows way too much about what's happening online, who has never had any online presence. And now all of a sudden he does, and he knows what's up about Gamergate. Because this is where it started to go wrong. The account started being like, I'm Mark Gatha. I really want to get together with Lucas and Jeffrey and like collab again. I'm like, bullshit. You're not real. And then he starts to know about like Zoe Quinn. And I was like, no, you don't. I don't even really understand who Zoe is. Right. Like, and I guess, of course.
Like, I mean, if you think about it, okay, just put it together for a minute. Like, you know the story. Yeah. So he's a doctor in some completely different, he's completely removed from anime, video games, and any of that other stuff. He's, for all intents and purposes, he may as well has already been a doctor his entire life.
Or he may as well been dead.
Anything about this, you know?
Yeah. He had, there's no reason that any of this means anything to him, that he all of a sudden
He was advocating for ethics in video game journalism. Right. Like, what? Come on.
So all of a sudden he pops out and he starts to say some inflammatory counter culture things about things like Gamergate. And he starts to say some things that are actually kind of misogynistic. And he starts to paint a picture of a very specific type of internet personality. And I'm like, there's absolutely no way that this is this guy. So we start talking a little bit, and there's a lot of outlets are asking me, like I can't remember now if it was the Mega Man Network or even Chris Niosi. There's a bunch of people messaging me being like, is this guy legit? And I think maybe one person, I don't even remember anymore, so I'm dropping names that might not have been involved at all. But there's one person being like, just so you know, he's saying some weird stuff. Like, is he who he says he is? And what I basically told them, as I told him, I was like, no, there's no way this guy is who he says he is. Right. But I want to mess with him a little bit. That was another one of my critical mistakes. So just know that
hashtag not my ex.
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, no, he's not real, but let's have some fun. So of course, unwittingly,
I can't blame you for that though.
Yeah, well, because like I have a little bit of that troll in me, just a little bit that wants to like kind of mess around. So
because it's like you know that this person
is fake,
is BSing.
I know,
faking. So it's kind of like let's have some fun.
So I started.
I grab a little bit of popcorn and just watch how the world burns.
Exactly. Like it was just a thing, and I was messing around, and at that point, he wasn't really saying anything too crazy. He wasn't. It was pretty minor stuff. So I start kind of messaging him, and we start up a DM conversation. And this might have been before or after people are asking me if he was legit. I don't remember. And he was. It was very clear that he was pretending to have repartee with me, but he didn't know that I had never met Mark, right? That was the thing, that everyone assumes that you're friends. Everyone assumes that you've even met each other, because who wouldn't? It's pretty logical. Like, of course, you worked on the same thing. Yeah. You must know each other. You must have met. And he was like, oh man, the fun times we had on working on Mega Man. And I'm like, no one talks like that. No voice actor in a professional capacity.
I don't even think humans
talk like that's the thing. It was one of those things where I was like, there's no way, because simply him and I never acted like that together. And also, even if he was someone that I'd never run into at the studio, that's just something that another actor at the studio would never say. It's never happened before or since. Like, it's not the kind of way that anyone would communicate about these things that we work on.
Yeah, your Phoenix Wright music came on and you pointed a finger.
Yeah, it's like, objection, this is not real. And so I kind of start stringing them along a little bit, and I do some digging, and I actually find on the Reddit voice acting subreddit, I find a person. Oh no, I got ahead of myself. Okay, wait. So
Okay, we'll
so
backtrack.
so back up. I'm messing with this guy, and I'm talking to him, and I'm like, I want to make a really good YouTube video out of this. And so I was like, I want to get this guy. I'm like, I believe you. Like, oh man, let's catch up. Like, let's have a Skype conversation. Let's make a video. Trying to get him to interact with me. I want to get him on tape. I want to get him recorded. I want to, see how far he can push this. Maybe get this guy to do his best Mega Man impression and stuff like that, right? So like I started doing that. I'm inviting him to record with me, basically, to do a project together. And he starts to do that thing. He starts to waffle. He's like, oh, well, my computer just broke. I can't do it today, but tomorrow. And I'm like, oh, of course. Yeah, that's just how it goes, isn't it, Mark? And so so we go on and like my sixth sense is up, right? And I look on the voice acting subreddit and I see someone who is now soliciting for a Mark Gatha impersonator. Now, Mark Gatha is never before mentioned on this subreddit. This is not right. This is not a common thing. Like, oh, by the way, among the multitudes of people that need a Mark Gatha impersonator is me. It's happened many times, but I'm just the newest. Of course I need a Mark Gatha impersonator for my own purposes. Don't worry. So I contact this person on Reddit and I send them a message and I'm like, yo, don't worry. I'm on to you. This will be funny. Let's just kind of play a prank. Like, let's like record this thing and be like, oh, and then it's not Mark, it's just impersonations. Whoa. Like, I was like, don't worry about it. Like, we'll have fun. It'll be good. But no, this troll, it was about negative trolling. He didn't want to just like do a thing. He wanted to like do a thing. So he starts to get really angry now that he's caught. And the messages, I think, started to get a lot worse online. I started to get emails to my company accounts of people being like, just so you know, we actually think this person is multiple different trolls. And all of these trolls are signal boosting this fake Mark Gatha account. So I started to get a lot of people that were actually really concerned. A lot of people going, we had to block him from this, and this, and we think it's the same guy. And a lot of like the pieces are coming together. So
how much time does this one person have?
Oh,
Like, to go
Well, there's
all
more
in
people on the
this?
same account.
Yeah.
That's
it was a thing.
Wow.
So it goes on, and he starts to he's making people uncomfortable and he's saying things. And then I think what it was is because it happened in the after Mark Gatha is dead fiasco. I was like, you know what? It's not worth it. People are going to get pissed off. They're going to be mad at me. Cause it probably will already turn against me. Cause like a stupid idiot that I am, I thought this might be funny. Turns out it's not. Turns out he's saying strange. I don't even remember what he was saying anymore. He's saying some weird stuff. I'd have to find the tweets.
Right.
And so I start calling him out. I'm like, okay, let's put an end to this. He's not going to kind of play into a funny joke with me. And maybe that wouldn't even have been funny, right? Like that's naive of me to think that might have worked, but he wasn't into it. So, then I have to put a stop to this because I'm the only person apparently that has an objective reason to know that he's not who he's claiming. No one else really knows. So I'm like, you're not who you say you are. But then people start flaming me. I forget what exactly it was. They're like, how do you know that I'm not him or something like that? And I was like, well, because this isn't how people would talk. And they started like, so people start having issue. They're saying for whatever sequence of events now I've said somewhere, or I've said that I was like, well, we never actually met. And I think I used that as a justification to be like, when he talked about doing this with me, we've never met. Like I've never met this guy and he's acting as though we know each other and we simply don't. We actually have never known each other. And they're like, well, if you've never met him, how do you know that it's not him? And I'm like, well, great point, sleuth. This guy doesn't exist online. This simply is, use your critical thinking skills and look at what he's typing and tell me if in any way this matches what you would ever expect to happen right now, or if it just matches what you wish would happen. Of course, we wish that Mark would be here and he would interact with us and make content with us and stuff like that. That would be super dope. But simply put, he hasn't done it in a decade and a half. He's not going to start now. He just will not. And that can be a hard pill for people to swallow, that this thing that's very important to them might not be the same important type of thing to someone else, like Mark. he just probably doesn't care, really, right? Like, he's a doctor. He has an entirely separate life. It's not a thing to him anymore.
That's an old phase of his life.
Yeah. It's a very different world. I don't know why he doesn't care, but it doesn't seem like he cares. Because if he cared, he would be part of it, right? But he's not.
Mm.
So it kind of flamed out, and this person got really negative, and there's a number of accounts, and I was like, it's hard for me to tell which account was this person, and which account was a puppet account of this person, and which account were people that were fans. And, it was really hard to tell. So I started blocking people and blocking accounts that I thought were linked, because I had a number of tips that people were like, yo, these guys are all the same person, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like you squashed the spider, but now all the babies are scurrying around.
Exactly. So then finally the person closes the Twitter account, and they close it with like the Twitter byline is like failed troll or something like that. And they finally admit it. So finally they didn't go scorched earth and just never admit it. They could have blamed it on me or something like that and be like, well, I am Mark Gatha, but because Lucas is a bad, I'm going to never show up again. That would have been harsh. That would have sucked, because people might have believed it.
I also feel like anyone with a lick of common sense would have known, like, that's,
Yeah.
I mean, again, we know, obviously,
Yeah.
critical thinking skills.
Yeah.
A little bit of common sense will help do the math for you.
Yeah. So finally,
It wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together.
Finally, this guy
I came
disappears.
full circle.
Run it around.
What happened after? Okay, so the reason that I think it was a little bit of a targeting on me to a certain extent, because they ended up kind of doing a little bit of that what about thing, being like, well, they turned it around back to the Mark Gatha is dead thing. And they started being like, well, you shouldn't have, yeah, this is this trolling thing, but you shouldn't have done that. And they started trying to kind of like high road me about that specifically, and kind of harsh my vibe, kind of tarnish my name.
A bit of a deflection. That's damage control right there.
Bit of damage control, a bit of deflection. Didn't really work. No one really cared at that point. But I think what it was is there was a specific person that I had been collaborating with for a while before that. And I've been collaborating with for years. I had interviewed them for my radio show. I had done animations with them. And then, and we were supposed to collaborate more. But then all of a sudden their situation where they were with their other collaborators blew up, and it fell apart in a really big way. And there were some really nasty videos made on YouTube where this person was kind of shunned from the online community. Mm-hmm. And after that, I added my 2 cents, being like, yeah, this person actually kind of stole a tablet from us. We did this collaboration and right. We were supposed to get a Wacom tablet doing this one promotion thing. And then they kept the tablet that we got as opposed to sending it to us. And then they're like, oh, we're going to get a second tablet and we'll give that one to you. And then we just never got it for doing this one collaboration. And I was like, that always felt kind of shitty, because they don't use a tablet for anything. They use it for nothing. And we actually could have used a tablet.
Right.
And so I added my 2 cents, and then they were kind of upset that I was like, yeah, there's some shady stuff that's happened here. They weren't happy about that. They're like, I've been kicked out of the online community, and now you are agreeing with these people. And so after that,
well, if you stole a tablet, I mean, like, what?
Yeah. Well, because of course to them, they're like, I didn't steal anything, or blah, blah. And they have this whole thing. I was like, whatever.
He said, she said at that point. Yeah.
So, and then I forget how long after that this was, all of a sudden there's this weird targeted thing that kind of seems like it wants to negatively reflect on me online. Now, that might be too much of a conspiracy theory hat to think that it would be this one person, but because there's no direct proof. But it does, I don't know. I always wondered if that was their way of trying to get back at me, was by creating a fake account, because this person was also, the reason I knew them is because they were a Mega Man fan. The reason that we talked in the first place was because this person was like really suicidal, and we kind of talked about it and moved through it. And then, I don't know, like I knew this person for a long time, and then they had this big flame out, and it just seemed like the kind of thing they would do to get back at me. So that was the Mark Gatha impersonator story that happened after, and maybe in response to the Mark Gatha is dead thing. And the Mark Gatha is dead thing is what happened in response to just being asked about Mark for a decade and a half. So as you can see, This simple question saying, say hello to Mark, it triggers me. And it triggers me into decades long of conspiracies and impersonations and memes.
So sorry.
It's crazy. It's crazy what
have I
happens.
done?
Yeah. So
I knew not the powers I was contending with.
yeah, the Mark Gatha thing blew up, and now I try to stay away from talking about Mark because I'm like, that poor guy. I mean, if he Googles himself, all he's gonna find is a bunch of that I said about him.
You know what? Here's the funny thing. I like to imagine maybe once on a late Sunday evening with a glass of wine or something like that. Just something relaxing.
Yeah.
Remember when I used to do voice acting? I wonder what happened with that. And he just Googles himself, and then there's just this this dumpster fire going on.
Exactly. You know the gif of
I don't do it anymore.
You know the gif from Community of Donald Glover walking with the pizza in the room. That's what Mark. If he ever looks into it, he's gonna be like, "Oh man, that was so much fun! Oh my god, what happened?"
And you know what? Though? Yeah. Here's the crazy thing about all of celebrities and voice actors, especially, and even anyone who's note, inevitably gets some sort of fake death report. Yeah. Oh my god, they're dead. Gabriel Iglesias got that once. I don't remember his name. The voice actor for Ed from Ed and Eddie.
I don't know.
Got that once. Steve, Bonus just reminded me. Steve from Blue's Clues had a death warning, and he looked himself up, and he's like, "Oh no, I feel so sorry for his family." You know what I mean?
Well, and I think that's why it took on a life of its own. Is that it was also coming hot off the heels of whatever year that was. There's actually a lot of very prominent people passing away. And it was sort of more than you would expect. Being like, oh wow, this person. And so I didn't say it in response to that. However, I said it in a year and in a period of time where it was happening frequently. So people were already primed to believe it, and then already primed to be like, oh my God, another one. People are dying, and wow.
Yeah, exactly. So it was like the red wedding.
Yeah. So I'm not pretending like that joke was appropriate. I think that helped me understand that you have to be careful. More.
I think if anyone else had said it like a random schmo on the internet,
I
think it probably would have gone the way as everything else. When people say oh, this voice actor died, or this comedian died, or this person died, and then they're like, no, I didn't. I'm fine. You know what I mean? Those kind of things. I think that's how it would have went. But I think, and again, this is not to fault you in any way, but I think it's because of your relationship to the Mega Man franchise and Mark's relationship to the Mega Man franchise. Everyone just kind of had this assumption that you guys were tight.
Yeah.
And so if you were to say, oh, Mark's dead or something and weren't taking it as oh, he's just joking. You know what I mean? I would say stuff like that, people say to my friend, oh, where's, I haven't seen him. Oh, they're probably dead or something. Oh my God, something stupid. Oh, they're passed out in somewhere or something like that. You know what I mean? Some passing joke, whatever. You're not thinking anything of it, but I guess when you're in a position like yours, people will take you literally.
Exactly.
And I think that was the problem. I'm a little disappointed in the community in that no one thought, oh, this is just another fake thing, or the fact that you had spread it around before. Yeah. I had heard that he became a doctor, and it was oh wow, that's cool. Enough people said it where I'm I get it. He's a doctor now. So when people were, I don't know why people would believe oh, he's dead. No, he's not. Who the hell said that? That sounds so fake. Obviously that's a joke, but I guess again, because it came from you, everyone just assumed that you were dead serious. No pun intended.
Exactly. It was just a good learning experience. And then I guess the thing that I want to kind of mention about it is sort of the perversity of the online community, where after that all happened, that was my Twitter following and my YouTube channel grew faster after that negative event. And
yes.
And I think I always thought that was really weird, and it kind of made me sad that what people cared about Well, what people cared about is the drama and the negative emotion and being mad and being upset. That was what compelled people. And it's not something that I want to do. That's why I don't spend much of my time trying to piss people off. But I was a little bit sad being like, yo, you guys only care about me now, all of my new followers, because I hurt you and made people mad.
It's like you're at a gladiator game and everyone seats is kind of like leaning forward now, like, ooh, what's gonna happen next?
Yeah.
You know, this is a known phenomenon too, which I don't understand. I mean, I guess I understand it. There's people who do this on purpose too. It's
absolutely.
very surgical in the way that they do it. So there's such a thing as drama YouTube channels where they basically start a channel, they let it go for like a couple of months uploading like random content, reporting on whatever news there might be. And then what they do is they pick a channel that has a ton of subscribers and they basically start a beef with them. They just say something like, yeah, well, you know, I heard this person said a really mean thing once in 2013, and I think that was a very problematic viewpoint. And then what happens is that person's like, oh, hell no, you did not just say that about me. And then it starts like a fight.
Yeah.
And then it's just stupid YouTube drama. But what happens is both of their channels get a surge in
blow up.
subscribers. And the reason why they do that is that all of their videos are monetized.
Yeah.
And they're basically playing everyone for suckers. Maybe not the person who was targeted.
Yeah.
But the drama channel is purposely picking a fight with anyone they can because number one, they know nothing's going to happen. It's just drama.
Yeah.
But they know that people respond to that negativity and they blow up in subscribers, which means they blow up in clicks and views and more people are watching ads and monetizing their stuff. And so, like, anyone who falls for that kind of stuff, they're playing you for suckers. I would unsubscribe right away.
Exactly. Like, what I always found interesting was that, you want to know how many people watch me play. If I upload a video to my YouTube of me playing piano, I get like 90 views. If I right now uploaded a video talking about Mark Gatha being dead, and I just doubled down, man, and I'm in it, I'm like, no, y'all don't know. Mark Gatha, he dead, man. I killed him. Not only he dead, I murdered Mark Gatha.
He did it.
Right? Do you want to understand? Like, it's not like I don't understand how to get people to follow what I'm doing. I do, but I don't want to do it like that.
That's not the way to do it. That's like it's a scummy way.
Exactly.
Morally bankrupt.
By the way,
exactly.
I have a feeling this segment, when I upload this, is going to be the most viewed one. I'm ashamed of all of
That's
it.
what I'm saying. I'll give you the thumbnail. I'll use the image that I used on Twitter. There's a picture of Mark Gatha's face with the words "Mark Gatha is dead." Just use that. It'll piss people off so much, but they'll watch it, and then they'll get to the end here, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, wait, this is the point." The point is that if we sit here and we do a whole segment where we want to inspire people and talk about positive things and like follow your dreams, children, and then that'll do pretty good. But then if we do one where it's like, yeah, man, Mark Gatha chokes on a dinner bone and then I punch him in the that's a big deal, right? That's a huge deal. That'll get the views, bros. Right?
This video is not even up yet, and I guarantee someone's tweeting about you punching Mark Gatha.
Yeah, we're going to get the angry tweets, and I'm going to feel horrible about myself, but at the end of the day, I'll be like, well, it doesn't matter, does it? And then Carol Ann will be like, no, it maybe matters. Anyway. Also,
don't do that to Lucas, guys. Come on.
Yeah, guys, be nice to me. I'm sorry that I'm sorry. Sorry about the Mark stuff, but I just want you to watch me play piano instead.
He was joking, okay? Jeez.
I was kidding. It was all a prank, bro.
Fantastic. I'm gonna need more of that.
Yeah.
I need an album.
Yeah.
Stat.
You should write a song about how you're sorry about punching Mark Gatha in the.
Oh my god! And set it to like actually kind of a dope beat. I think that would actually get some track.
Like a dope beat, or even you
I'll
can
do the vocals.
Like a love ballad about how sorry for saying Mark was dead and like how he'll never watch this video.
Yeah. Mark Gatha,
you know what I mean?
This is my eulogy for Marky Moo. I guess that's Markiplier. But you know what I mean? I'm trying to find.
Everybody.
I'm scrolling through my Google Photos, which is where the tweets will be. I know that I saved them at one point. I just don't remember when this happened. Do you guys remember what era?
I want to say like 2013, but I don't know if that's true or
Yeah,
not.
I was thinking it's like 2013 or 2014. It was.
When was
Stamping
this?
it by how old my daughter was. So which
I don't
means
know.
he
It's
probably
so long
was.
ago. Like,
'Cause
it's
I feel
such
like
a non-issue. I haven't even thought about it.
I feel like it was 2015.
Maybe.
Caroline is here now. Caroline, was it 2015 that the Mark Gath?
It was 2015.
It was 2015. Okay. The question is, oh, I deleted a ton of stuff in here. Didn't I just? There's a lot of stuff missing in here.
It might have even been
I don't know. Not
2016.
looking very good, Lucas. You're deleting evidence.
Oh, no. Yeah, there's not tons. But the question is when in 2015? Yeah, I might not have them anymore. I'd have to really think about that. I might have saved them somewhere.
Even if you don't, it's ultimately irrelevant because it was a non-issue.
Yeah.
And it blew up into one, and it's just like people thrive on the drama, and it's like insane. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible the way that that kind of mentality warps people.
I'll send you.
I'm gonna totally need that Mark Gatha impersonator though at some point.
Yeah,
Come
that
on,
would be
internet.
hilarious.
I'm gonna need that, please.
Gonna need to have that Margath.
I'm going to send you a thing to the Discord chat. Oh, wait, I can't do that. I'm going to send you a thing here. This is what I made in response. I forget when I made this. That's a picture of Mark. That's the picture that the Twitter impersonator used. And they used this headshot that I'll upload right now. They used this headshot of him, and it's basically the only photo of him that exists anywhere. And that was also how it is like, of course, the one photo that's online is your Twitter profile picture. And then I photoshopped that. Like, man, I don't know. That's about all that survives in my records of the Mark Gatha is dead / impersonator scenario. I was gonna make a big video, but I'm glad I didn't.
It's just Mark Gatha is not dead.
Yeah.
But then what I'll again, just because I know this gets more clicks, I'll add a question mark.
Exactly.
Mark Gatha is not dead.
Is not dead? Question mark. And then,
And
but
you
be
know, people flock to that stuff.
Yeah.
Like I hate because I fall for it too. Is I'll see a video and it'll have this crazy, ridiculous statement. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. They'll say something marvelous and insane.
Yeah.
But then they add a question mark at the end because what that means is that they're not beholden to that. Like it'll say something like a scientists discover aliens.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like you read the title as scientists discover aliens, and then you see the question mark, and then you know that article they're going to say no, they didn't discover aliens. But
Exactly.
maybe.
Yeah.
You know, it's their way of circumventing actually being held accountable for the things they're saying.
Yeah. They can avoid responsibility now and be like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, by posing it as a question, they never said anything definite.
Yeah.
I was going to go ahead and point out that you have such a fantastic studio under the name of the Hermit Collective, but Mark Gatha is the true hermit of this particular scenario.
He beats the hell out of your hermitage.
It's
By, like,
true.
13 years.
He has completely disappeared. Like, for all we know, he actually is dead. Like, the thing is, he just know. I'm digging myself such a deeper and deeper hole. Is that Caroline's like, stop. He's. I guess
Guys,
he's just.
We're not saying that. We're not. No, I'm sure
We're not.
he's fine.
He's fine. He's totally fine. It's just that I have never met him, and I've never spoken to him. So.
Yeah. Basically, the verdict is out. We don't know where he was playing last week, doctor, and that's the end of the story. That has been the end of the story for over a decade now. And that's it.
Exactly.
There is nothing else to dig up on this. We don't know what he's doing. We can only assume he's happy.
Yeah.
Being a doctor.
Well, and I think I'm the last person in the world he would talk to now. So.
Yeah, that kind of sucks a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping one day, like he'll have. I hope he has or will one day have a laugh about this because it is pretty funny how ridiculous.
Thank you. It's funny. In hindsight, it's hilarious. I remember as it was happening.
It's given us so much to talk about.
Yeah.
Like,
as it was happening, Caroline was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I was like, it's fine, dude. It's fine. And then it turned out to not be fine. But
then it was fine.
You're talking about a community where he walks in holding the pizzas, the room's on fire. You were the person sitting in the fire saying, this is fine.
Yeah, exactly. Whoops.
This is fine.
I like how for each one of your questions, you ask a very innocuous and like, here's your house, Mark. And it's like, well, let me tell you for 4 hours, here's how Mark is. God.
I tell you, that was not my intent. I knew going in that you probably did not have any sort of relation with Mark. Like,
You didn't
I
know that
knew
Mark triggers me. It's a trigger word.
all I really wanted was to just put a shout out to Mark and say thank you for all you've done.
Yeah, thanks,
we do
Mark.
Miss you. Even if you don't come back to voice acting in any way, shape, or form, I can just tell you that you would make the entire internet, hearts melt if you were to just say, "Hey, I had a lot of fun doing X that one time," and I think that would be enough for everyone. We would be satisfied for the rest of our lives knowing that you at least said that.
It would
So
be.
if you're out there and this somehow reaches your ear, thanks. You were a really good X. You were a fantastic Domo and Kashi, by the way, which I thought was super cool. And we miss you. So you're a cool dude, man.
I miss you too, Mark. I just want to say that.
Love you, Mark.
Please forgive me, Mark.
Yeah, please find it in your heart. You
Yeah.
have infinite potential, so please find infinite forgiveness to forgive Lucas for an innocuous joke that got exploited by the internet.
I didn't mean it.
Last two questions. I'll make these really short. I promise. I know we're holding everything. Last two ones.
That's okay.
Has anyone ever recognized your voice out in the wild as Zero? And also, if there was any character or a favorite kind of character that you can do, what are they?
No one's ever recognized me just by my voice. I think
I did. As soon as I heard
it's
it,
so
I was like,
distinct.
you guys when in context, but just like walking down the street, I remember. Here's another thing. You ask me a simple question. I got to spin a yarn.
Oh,
Damn it.
oh boy.
I'm the same way, so I'm glad we're kindred
All right.
spirits. In that.
I remember back in the day in 2003 or 2002, I got a job at Arby's. And
Uh-huh.
and they're like, "Oh, you do voices for cartoons, eh?" And I was like, "I sure do. I do voices." And they're like, "Well, let's put you on the drive-through thing." So
Oh, no.
I did the pre-recorded message when you drive up through the drive-through and it plays you a thing and be like, "Hi, welcome to Arby's. Our special today are market fresh sandwiches. Yummy." And then
That's a good message.
it was a great message. And then, so that would play every time. And people, like, of course, this is normal. People would always like interact with it. They'd be like, "Oh, hey, like, yeah, I'll take a market sandwich. That sounds great." I'd be like, "Ah, it was a recording. You fool. You fell for it, you idiot." But then they would drive to the window and be like, I had a couple people like, "You have a really nice voice." I was like, "Oh, thank you." It was made me feel good. But that was literally the most recognition I've ever gotten for my voice in public. No one's ever been like, "Oh, Lucas, Gemma from Digi Karatnyo. I know you anywhere." Guitar from La Vueki. Wow.
You're that guy from that Arby's drive-through I went to.
Yeah. Man, I remember getting a hamburger from you. Wow. So it's never happened. No.
I totally get where you're coming from. I've had people say something similar though.
Yeah.
I work in IT and I guess I should say my previous job at this point. I used to have a pre-recorded message for depending on which place is calling me, and that's how I knew who was calling, so that I knew what protocols to follow and stuff. And basically, this one place would call. It was a school. And be like, "Hi, thank you for contacting the community college help desk. My name is, how may I help you?" But like the way that I said it, because I knew it was going to be pre-recorded and I wanted it to sound good. I kind of said it with that like cadence of like a recording, I guess.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear and professional because I just figured that's what you're supposed to do. And I literally had people hear my voice and hang up immediately because they thought I was
I thought it was voice recording.
Oh.
Or I've heard them press 0 and they're like, "Boop," and I'm like, hello? And they're like, "Oh, are you a real person?" Or I had someone, they just went, "Operator," operator, and I'm like, "I can help you.
I'm a real person, I promise.
I'm a real person." And then they don't want to tell me, like some people flat out say like, "You sounded like a robot," and I'm just kind of like, yeah, well, you say the same thing every day over and over again and starts to come out that way.
Yeah.
Really, it was a recording, but that was my voice. And I don't know. I loved when people did that because it just made me laugh that I apparently delivered it to like
Just
when they're
perfectly.
nice. Yeah, when they're nice, they'll say something like, oh my gosh, you sounded so professional. I thought you were recording. And I'm like, well, you know.
I mean, it's funny when it comes to voice, because I think I've heard stories where Billy West was like, he saw a kid drawing a picture of Ren and Stimpy, and he's like, I am that character. And the kid was like, no, you're not. He's like, I am. And he did the voice. And he's like, no, you're not. The cartoon sounds better. Right? Like, it can be hard with voice. I don't know.
I feel that's like that common trope where, you know, it's like I don't know, like in a comic book or something, and there's like it's like a I don't know, like a Spider-Man look-alike contest, and then like the real Spider-Man shows up, and they're like, "Yeah, your costume could be better." You know?
Yeah, it's like, I'm legit.
That happened to a few. Was it Dolly Parton entered a Dolly Parton look-alike contest and lost?
Yeah,
something like crazy like that. Yeah, that's funny how that happens.
Voice acting is just weird like that. Like I already told you, I was at Anime Expo and I was just sitting alone by myself, right? Like no one knows you, and even if they heard me talking to myself, which I always do, you know, when I'm eating lunch,
yeah, you know.
right, as is normal, right, guys. So yeah. Anyway, it's just funny. But yeah, what was the last? I forget what the other question was.
And the last question is do you have a certain kind of character that is your favorite to do? Or is there a specific character that you wish you could voice?
For a long time, my bread and butter at the studio was the spastic kind of manic comedic relief guy. And that was all
in such contrast to what I expected.
Right? Like if you watch, basically, if you listen to Zero, that's one of the only characters like that I've done. You know, in our own studio, I do more characters like that. But in anime, I was almost always like the loud, like guy. You know the type from that.
What's that response you had?
You know, of course, sound like a dying hippo. Yeah. So I was
Spags or whatever.
Yeah, I'm that guy, and I've enjoyed that. I have a lot of fun doing that. Kind of like the Hajime and Kisniver or Morikawa and Card Fight. That's basically what I do.
Go watch those shows,
I
guys.
can't
Gotta watch
believe
it.
you're Hajime. That's amazing.
Yeah, dude. If you're into Kis, you got to watch the dub.
New fan on that one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So in terms of the characters that I want to do, I think I wanted to do more that was more serious, kind of like Zero. I wanted to do more that were like cool and, you know, like Hero, the dark hero who is cool and has a nice, sexy voice. And he talks like this, and he has dark, mysterious Duke Nukem-like thoughts. And so I've done that more in my own characters. I think generally, I don't know, it's kind of hard a question to answer. In the Ballad Singer, I got to do that voice. You know, the Tower of Balinor approaches you, as towers do, because it's a building and it can walk. But it was serious.
If you choose that option.
Yeah, I'm not good at improv, all right, guys? So I've done more characters like that, but really, I think ultimately, I want to do the characters I want to do now are the characters that I write, and the characters and the artistic concepts that come from myself. I think that's what I'm most interested in. That's why I'm making the game that we're working on right now. It's why I'm working in this little studio so that I can kind of pick and choose. Coming up soon, I'll be a detective cat in a point and click crime thriller of cats, right?
That sounds awesome.
And I'm told,
cool.
right? It'll be so cool. That one's called Nine Noir Lives. That'll come out whenever. It's gonna be dope.
That's great.
And that's through our own little studio. But really, I guess it's a hard question to answer because I don't have a character or a genre or an archetype I can point you to. But in our video game that we're working on right now, the Lamp Black game, I'm gonna play the villain. I don't think I've ever played the villain before. In Gundam, I was Night Gundam. Oh my god, yeah, I was Night Gundam. In Gundam Battle Assault 23 or whatever it was.
I think you were in both 1 and 2, weren't you?
I was in both, but oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, I was Night Gundam in 1.
Battle Assault. I didn't know you were in. I gotta play these now.
Dude, you gotta play some of these games, bro.
I played them, but okay.
Yeah.
My defense, I probably haven't unlocked that character, so.
Yeah, Night Gundam was the boss, and he spoke.
Still have an online mode.
Does that one
If
have?
it has an online mode, I will totally play you because I've got it somewhere.
If it's Gundam Battle Assault, I think that's the 2D fighting game one.
I forget.
no,
For PS1 or something.
It's
it's a 3D one.
this is on Xbox 360 though. Like this is.
That's probably Battle Assault 3 then.
I think it's Battle Assault 3's Night Gundam.
I think there's
and
a third one that I don't have. So
that one was fun because Night Gundam he's very medieval and I've never been a villain, like a powerful villain. I am a knight. That's what he sounded like.
Okay,
It was very intimidating. So I'll be a villain in our own projects, but it made me think of one really quick story. Where in Battle Assault 2, maybe I shouldn't tell it. I also have to vet these so I don't get in trouble. I was going to talk about getting paid to rip off other people's voices. So there's an actor out of Vancouver that they didn't have reprise his role in Battle Assault 2.
I should probably point out the games in particular are the Dynasty Warriors Gundams game.
That's what it is.
Those are the two.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, I do have Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3, so I think you are in that.
Okay, hell yeah. You got to play as me.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway. I love how you talk about her. You're always so complimentary to her. It's so heartwarming. It's so nice.
Well, I mean, that's how it is because like I see her talent. Okay, so again, this is off topic. After I'm done with this, I promise. And we'll wrap this up like for real for this session. But her family is really like they don't understand modern occupations.
Yeah.
So she's like, I want to go do art, and they're like, why would you want to be an artist? You don't make any money. You know what you should do? You should be a police officer. And
Of course.
like,
Yeah.
what? Like, I don't know if you've ever seen her, but she is skin and bones. Like, she would not make a good police officer.
You're very
at
threatening.
all.
Get out of here, you! With her
Yeah,
little
she
tiny
probably
ant
couldn't-
fists.
Yeah, she probably couldn't even do that. And this isn't like an insult. Like, she's shy. So, like, I feel like she might just be more intimidated being there.
Yeah.
And so they don't get it. And they never really kind of supported her in her pursuit of art. And it sucks because it's like, I recognize this talent in her and like no one else does. And it's not really fair. Like, I want to show people like, look what she can do. She can do this. She can make art that looks like anything. Isn't that amazing? It's not easy to do that. You have to work really hard at it.
This is a facet of a well-rounded individual. This isn't the
Yes.
entirety of what she does. This is a component that she's using to be successful. And I would recommend that other people do this as well, or at least learn the ability to.
Yeah, and exactly. And like you want to suggest that, but it's like a harsh truth. It's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow.
Yeah.
That you need to be a well-rounded individual. Like you can't just draw, the joke is called the Cal Arts art style. You can't just draw the Cal Arts rounded, kind of simplistic, no sharp edges looking characters.
The noodle arms.
For your entire life, and then just be like, well, that's all I can do. It's like, yeah, that's popular now because I feel like that's kind of been thrust onto the cartoon industry of this is what people want. But I think it's just a whole lot of people drawing the same way, and it's just kind of been that way. You know what I mean? Like
I know what you mean.
Like I don't want to sound like I'm egotistical or anything.
No, but you love her and you love what she does, and she's talented, and it's nice to celebrate someone for their capability as opposed to being like, well, let's just be modest, Well, here's the thing about my girl, she's all right. She's not too good at nothing, but like she don't cook me good meal. Like I don't. It's not,
she makes some mean biscuits.
yeah, no, it's like no, like this is an actualized person that you're proud of, and you want to see them succeed. So I think it's wonderful to celebrate that. I think you just have to find the right moment. There'll be a moment where those things can be bragged about. I'll brag about them because if I brag about it, no one ever gets mad at the things I say. I'll tag it like hashtag Mark Gath is dead and bonus level is dope. She's amazing at other people's art styles.
Oh my god, no.
Everyone just starts having a nosebleed. Everyone just dies. Oh, I can't believe you said that.
That's why I'm trying to show off her talents in other ways.
Yeah.
Like the animation that she's working on, the thing in the Who Exactly Is Zero, which I'll have to link you to at some point, so you can see what it looked like with the music and sound effects I added.
Yeah.
Because it looks like a cutscene, and so I'm trying to find ways through the channel, which is kind of sneaky, of making people realize like, oh wow, she can make this look like anything. Like in the new video, it covers the Mega Man Zero series, which has a very different and radically altered art style to what Mega Man traditionally looks like.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it took her like 2 days to figure it out. And she's like, yeah, I got it now. So like, and I'm like, wow, that's like so awesome. So now when people see it, they're like, this looks official. My favorite thing ever in the whole world is when I get a comment. So, okay, here's let me set the scene for you. I did a video, who exactly is Proto Man, and I explained his origin, and I had these stills that I asked her to make for me that would overlay over stuff, and I said in the video, I go, no one really knows where Proto Man's scarf came from. We don't know if he obtained this from Dr. Light, if he picked it up on his own, because there's no details about that aspect of his life. It's just that's part of his character design. He's just kind of always had it. But before I got to that part where I was explaining that part of it, one of those scenes that I did, because I needed to tell a story where there was just no art for it, so I had her do the art to tell the story for me.
Yeah.
You can see Dr. Light, and he's like working on something. And in the background, there's like a coat rack with like a scarf hanging on it. And that was my subtle hint, like, oh, maybe Dr. Light had a scarf and he gave it to Proto Man because Proto Man's his first creation.
Yeah.
Something like that. And so my favorite thing ever is after this video goes up, someone goes, dude, I don't know if you were paying attention to your own video, but there's a sequence where you can clearly see Proto Man's scarf hanging on a coat rack in the background. And I have... It's annoying because I've had to do this so many times, but I have to tell them that's not official artwork. That is artwork that she made specifically for this video because it doesn't exist.
That's actually really cute.
It is so much. It feels so good to say that, but at the same time, it's like, oh my god, I've said this. Like, I'm gonna start saying Proto Man is dead.
Yeah, exactly. Take it from me. That's the right way to do it. Nothing bad ever happens when you take your problems and you just say that they're dead. That problem's gone and it's dead.
It's dead forever.
It's a dead problem. Don't ask me about it.
I mean, actually, Proto Man does have a lifespan. He will die eventually.
Might as well be today, Proto Man.
Might as well be today. Yeah, you're
probably the one that actually got cataclysmed. To be fair, he had to go.
I heard that Zero killed him in the Cataclysm. So.
Yeah, of course. I remember that was in Bob or something.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think it's canon.
They went for nachos afterwards. Absolutely, 100% serious.
100% canon. Will show up in 21XX. Absolutely.
Definitely. Anyway, I'm sorry for holding you guys up. I was only supposed to make these quick questions, and of course,
no, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. You asked very good, succinct questions, and then I talked for like 30 years. So this was not your problem. This is just now. I think we're at 4.5 hours, literally 4 hours and 27 minutes.
It'll be my problem when I get to the editing.
You are going to have a mountain to edit, my friend. If you separate these into like 5 and 10 minute chunks, though, although some of the stories I think were like 20 and 30 minutes, but if you do that, even 4.5 hours, this is going to be like 40 part series. Like this is like our behind the scenes, like the voice actor thing, like, welcome. We need a video of you like smoking a pipe on a couch in front of a fire. We're like, welcome everyone to Twitch Talks, part 1 of 1,000 to Lucas.
There's nothing that I think I want to cut out or can cut out because I feel like everything very organically flowed into each other.
I think it did.
And so I think it would be, and like I said, here's another thing you have to keep into consideration. You're like the Avatar. You've been frozen in an ice block for like, over 100 years. And now that you're free, people are going to be hungry for this kind of stuff. Well, so I think it'll be okay.
And a lot of this is stuff that I've definitely never said before anywhere else. So a lot of this is new, especially it's just new content. I think it's new. It's new enough that it's interesting. Yeah. Perfect.
Rookery, you guys are all awesome.
Yeah, we decided we're going to have a band. That's called the Triceratops Buddies, or what is it? Bicep Buddies?
Yeah.
Then it turned into Tricep Buddies?
Something like that. We're the Bicep Buddies.
Like Triceratops?
Triceratops. It's like a Triceratops. It's like really ripped.
Because he was talking, I'm saying to Caroline, he was talking about, the meme where they have the two guys with muscles clasping hands? It's like, you need collaborators like that. And then it's like, but there's 3 of us. It's like, there's 3 hands all doing that. And then Bicep Buddies turned into Tricep Buddies, which just makes sense.
I love it.
Tricep Buddies, which turned into Triceratops. Something or other.
Anyway. Thank you guys. That was amazing. I don't think I've ever sat down and had that long of a conversation about this stuff. That was crazy. All hats off to you guys.
It was really refreshing to hear all of that too, man. I think your story is important, and I think people are going to be really excited to. I shouldn't say excited. I think people are going to be really intrigued.
I hope so. I hope so.
I think so.
Yeah. And
was
regardless, we
definitely
had
eye-opening.
fun. So
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be a great experience for everyone. I know it has been for me, so I know people will
Likewise.
appreciate it.
yeah.
I've enjoyed both of your company.
Yeah, this is great.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I gotta go pee and have dinner. I still have to go pee.
Talking
Yeah,
about
okay.
celebrities
Yeah.
don't pee.
No, I urinate back inside of my own body and use it for energy, and that's what we'll leave it on. Print it, quote it. Zero peas inside of
everybody.
himself.